of the United States of America
and to the
and
republic
to the republic
which it stands,
one
nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated. The next planning board regular meeting will be held on September 2nd, 2026 at 7:30 p.m. via Zoom. I'm sorry, I thought we were doing a 6:30. Diana?
That's what I thought too. I guess I didn't catch that.
Okay.
7:30.
So the next regular planning board meeting will be held on September 2nd, 2026 at 6:30 p.m. via Zoom. Okay, roll call, please, Yamilet.
Mr. Alper,
Here.
Mr. Cardoza,
Present.
Ms. Caffrey,
Here.
Mr. Klein,
Here.
Mr. Morgan,
Present.
Mr. Nobrine,
Present.
Council President Scarpa,
present.
Mayor McCartney,
Present.
Mr. Guarino. She's late, and Chairman Bagov.
Present. Is Mr. Wilkes here?
And I was gonna say that for the record, Mr. Wilk won't be joining us tonight.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, outstanding. Okay, so we have the minutes. PB 26-04 Orange Prospect LLC draft resolution. I make a motion that we adopt PB 26-04 Orange Prospect LLC draft resolution. Are any additions, deletions, or corrections? Seeing none. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mayor McCartney seconds. On the resolution, Yamilet.
Mr. Alper,
Yes.
Mr. Klein,
Yes.
Mr. Morgan,
Yes.
Mr. Cardoza,
Yes.
no, she did not vote. Mayor McCartney,
Yes.
Mr. Warner's not. Mr. Warner's still not here, right?
Correct.
Chairman Bagov.
Yes.
Dr.
I'm sorry.
Before we go any further, I can see that Alan Tremulak, he's the attorney on the first application. He's still in the attendee room. I think he has to be moved over to as panelist.
Okay, thank you. The motion is adopted. Okay. DB 26-03 Crestmont Country Club, 750 Eagle Rock Avenue. Excuse me, block 174, lot 101, zone R-2. The applicant only is appearing for preservation of the notice to schedule another meeting. No testimony provided, and no additional notice will be needed. So the applicant will be moved to September 2nd, 2026, regular planning board meeting at 6:30 p.m. Okay. PB 25-09, Perez 68, Whittlesley Avenue, block 129, lot 58, zone RT. The applicant proposes to subdivide the property into two 50-foot lots, convert the existing single-family dwelling into a two-family dwelling, and construct a new two-family dwelling on the subdivided lot. For the applicant.
Yes. Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Alan Tremulak appearing on behalf of the applicant.
Dr. Bagwell, if I have to swear in our professionals.
I'm sorry. I missed that. Yes. Would you swear in the professionals, please? My fault.
Okay, so we have Craig Valisi as our consulting engineer and Michael Davis as our consulting planner. If you'd both raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Tremulak, go right ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, members of the board. Again, Alan Tremulak appearing on behalf of Johnny Perez, the applicant in this application. Thank you, Ms. McGovern. I was panicking when I didn't see myself on the screen, and I knew we were first up, and I was fearful we would lose our place in line. So this is a continuation of a hearing on a minor subdivision application involving property located at 68 Whittlesey Avenue. We commenced the hearing on May 6th, and we're returning to the board this evening. Just to remind the board the relief that we're seeking here. The property is a 100-foot wide lot located in the R-T zone district. The application is to subdivide the existing lot into two 50-foot wide lots and to convert or expand the existing single-family house to a two-family dwelling and to construct a new two-family dwelling on the subdivided lots. So again, what we're seeking is to create two 50-foot lots, each of which would have a two-family dwelling. And I should note that all of the dwelling units in each of the two families would be two-bedroom units. That's important because of the parking requirement. So, you know, the zoning for this property, RTC zone, permits two-family dwellings, permits 50-foot lots. However, the requirement is if you want a two-family, you're supposed to have 75-foot wide lots, and the lot area requirements are also different for single-family and two families. At the May 6th hearing, we provided testimony from my client, Johnny Perez, and you may recall Mr. Perez and his family have quite a history here on Whittlesley Avenue. He grew up on this block. His parents and brother currently live on the property next door, 66 Whittlesley. Mr. Perez lives at 68, and his intention is to, again, create these two-family units. He has two sons. Each son he anticipates would live in one of these houses, and ultimately he would pass the houses on and keep them in the family and have three generations of Perez's on Whittlesley Avenue. We finished Mr. Perez's testimony. The board requested that we provide additional information on the subdivision plan showing how we would provide the required parking and showing that we can provide, we could provide the required parking and also stay within the lot coverage and building coverage requirements. So we have submitted a revised plan. Unfortunately, it didn't get to the board until today. But those plans show 4 parking spaces on one of the lots, 3 on the other, shows that we're within the coverage requirements. What I intend to present this evening is our professional planner, Matt Flynn, who will discuss the plans, discuss the variances, and provided other additional testimony in support of the application. Before I call Mr. Flynn, I should note that we received a supplemental memorandum from the board's planner dated June 20, 2026. And I would state, really, we intend to comply. We will comply with all of the comments in the planner's memorandum, most of which deal with building code issues or other matters that would be more appropriate to be dealt with at the time building permit applications are submitted. We're only seeking subdivision approval at this time, but obviously we need to comply with all building code requirements. We need to meet height requirements. We need to meet your design requirements in terms of the appearance of the houses, etc. And we don't disagree with any of those comments, and we intend to comply at the appropriate time. So, having said that, I would ask that Matt Flynn be sworn as our first and probably only witness. I should note Mr. Perez is in attendance and obviously available to answer any additional questions or comments.
Excuse me 1 minute, Mr. Tremulak. Let the record show that Mr. Vice Chairman Garino joined the board at 6:40 p.m. Thank you. Go right ahead, Mr. Tremulak.
Okay, so I'm swearing you in. Could you please raise your right hand, Mr. Flynn? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
All right. Matt, you're a professional planner in the state of New Jersey, correct?
Yes.
All right, would you just briefly review your educational background and professional qualifications for the board?
Sure. Education comes from Rutgers. I have my master's degree in planning and public policy. I have my professional planner's license in the state, as well as my national license, which is the AICP license. Both are in good standing. I believe I've testified before this board in the past, as well as over 100 other boards across the state.
Mr. Chairman, I offer Mr. Flynn as an expert in the field of professional planning.
Do any members of the board have any questions? Seeing none, Mr. Flynn, we accept you as a licensed professional planner in the state of New Jersey. Go right ahead, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Matt, you're familiar with this application, obviously, correct?
That's right.
And you've reviewed the subdivision plans that have been submitted, including the most recent revised plan dated July 1 of this year?
Yes.
Okay. You want to discuss the application and the property, and what relief the applicant is seeking?
Yes. So, Alan, I think we submitted my planning exhibit, or do we have to mark it tonight?
That's just it.
It's been submitted.
Yeah. So,
Chairman, excuse me, is it possible to share a
McCartney.
screen if we have a revised plan?
I think that's what, are you showing a revised plan? Mr.
no,
Flynn?
I was actually going to show an exhibit that I put together that I believe was submitted.
And we will show the revised plan eventually, but this was a two-page planning exhibit.
Okay, go right ahead, Mr. Flynn. We'll figure it out as we go along.
Sounds good. Okay, let me...
Well, I just want to, Mr. Flynn, what was the date of your report? I don't see it on the agenda. That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, so what I'm showing is... Maybe Alan can tell you when it was submitted, probably with
Okay.
the rest of the materials, but it's dated May 6th, 2026.
Okay, well, we'll look for it. Your testimony is more important. That's okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing.
Thank you.
Oh, here we go. Okay.
Yep, so you guys can see my screen, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, yeah, as Alan mentioned, if the board recalls from the last hearing, we heard from the applicant himself, and we sort of went into detail in terms of what he was proposing on these two newly created properties. But if I could just back up a little bit and provide some orientation and background to sort of lay the framework for how we got to this point in the first place. The exhibit that's on the screen here, entitled Planning Exhibits for Johnny R. Perez, it shows this subject property highlighted in red with the proposed subdivision line basically right there in the middle, which is that red dashed line, splitting the property that's currently 1 into 2. And again, it's pretty much splitting it directly in half. As Mr. Tremulak noted, we do need a variance for lot area, seeing that the existing property is 10,000 square feet. By cutting it in half, we're creating two 5,000 square feet properties. For two family, you need 7,500 square feet. So we are deficient for both of these properties. So that's pretty much why I put together this exhibit, to show the board, despite the strict requirements that are set forth in the zoning ordinance, if we look at what's actually on the ground and what's happening in the immediate location of this property, we can see that there's several other properties that are just as small, if not a lot smaller than what we're proposing, and similarly developed with two family, which is what we're proposing here. So just to give a little bit of detail here, so the properties that I've highlighted in yellow are two family properties on either 5,000 square foot lots, which is what we're proposing, or smaller. So you can see if we zoom in over here, several of these properties are 2,500 square feet, so significantly smaller, about half of what we're proposing. And again, you can see that based on the frontage of some of these properties, 25 feet, 34 feet in some cases. But this 2,500 square foot size is pretty prevalent. The other thing I did was I also wanted to point out the fact that there are actually a lot of 3 families in the neighborhood. So these orange properties are actually developed with 3 family structures. And what we could see is that a lot of these are actually on 50 by 100, just like what we're proposing. So from a density standpoint, it's right on par with what we see in the immediate neighborhood. So that pretty much speaks to the lot area as well as the lot width that we're proposing, both of which are variance conditions for both of these proposed lots. If I go over to sheet 2 now, here again we can see the property outlined in yellow. We can see the existing 2-family home that is to remain on what I'll call the bottom property based on the orientation of this exhibit. And then we can see this newly created property on top of that, where you currently have this surface parking condition. So based on what we just saw in this exhibit, we can see that there are a lot of 25-foot lot widths, 50-foot lot widths. So having this 10,000 square foot property with 100 feet and about half of that being dedicated to parking is certainly out of context with what we see in the area. It sort of stands out as a void in the streetscape. But what we see on this sheet is that there is a lot of variety in the area in terms of building separation. As we just saw, the density, if we look right across the street, we see several buildings that are pretty close together in terms of their setbacks, which is another variance that we're seeking for the existing building. We have this proposed side setback condition relative to that new shared property line right in the middle there. So with that as background, we do have the revised site plan, if I have permission to throw that on the screen as well.
Right ahead, sir.
Thank you. Okay, so maybe the first thing I'll do is just scroll down here to the bulk table, just to put the relief on the record here. I noted lot area, I noted lot width. The existing home that we'll see has an existing non-conforming front setback condition of 16.71 feet, whereas 30 feet is required. The property on the newly created lot will comply with all setbacks. The important thing to note here is that even with the new building that's proposed, our building and lot coverages will be compliant. And we can see that here on these bottom 2 rows, that we have compliant building coverage as well as compliant lot coverage. So scrolling up here, this is what I just showed you on my aerial map. This is the existing condition of the property. We currently have that 1-2 family dwelling. And if I flip over here to the proposed conditions, that 2 family dwelling will remain. However, we are proposing an addition going off to the left there. And then on the newly created lot on the right, we are proposing a new 2-family dwelling. Let me just see. So the existing non-conforming front setback you can see is right here, 16.71. That's going to remain. You can see that we're actually not getting any closer to that front property line, so we're keeping that the way that it is. The side setback variance is here, based on the existing building placement, and that's to the shared property line. And that variance is for 1.67 feet, whereas 8 feet is required.
What's the distance between the 2 structures, the existing house and the proposed 2-family on the subdivided lot?
It would be about 15.5 feet.
Okay. And the zoning permits 8-foot side yard setbacks, which would translate to roughly 6 feet. You could have compliant houses with setbacks of 8 feet each, with a 16-foot separation between the two structures. And here you're showing, would you say 15 and a half?
A little bit over 15 and a half, that's right.
Okay.
So again, in terms of building separation, as Alan noted, it's not going to stand out. And based on what I showed the board a couple minutes ago, we actually see buildings that are much closer than that proposed 15 and a half feet.
Okay.
So that covers the variances. I guess we are requesting some, I think they're probably waivers for the parking. Well, one of them is an RSIS waiver for the proposed parking stall size, whereas 9 by 18 is required per RSIS. I don't think there was a township requirement, so the RSIS would rule in any event, actually. Whereas here we have 8-foot wide parking spaces. That goes for all of them. And 2 of them are 16 feet long. So sort of like a compact space up there. And then the rest are 18 feet long.
And the plan that's on the screen shows 4 parking spaces for proposed lot 58.02, correct?
That's right, yes.
And which is 1 more than what's required. Am I correct that 1.5 spaces are required for a 2-bedroom unit?
That's right. Yeah, so we do have 1 parking space extra here. I think conceivably, there is room in the backyard if the board maybe wanted us to move one of these from the front to the back, and then you get that 18 feet of width rather than 16 feet of width. I think there's a little bit of room there that we can play around with if the board is uncomfortable with.
And we could, if necessary, eliminate one of the parking spaces if
That's right.
that would allow for a better plan, because we're showing one more than we're required to have, right?
That's right.
Okay. All right. And then would you just talk about the driveway widths that are shown?
Sure. So here, I believe we are showing 8 feet in terms of the driveway width.
On which lot? 58.02?
I think 58.02 is 8 feet. It looks like 58.01 might be a little bit wider. Doesn't seem to be shown there. But the point is 14 feet is required, so both of those would be variance conditions.
In your opinion, is 8 feet width sufficient for a
Yes. Yeah, you can easily get a car in and out. Conceivably on this 58.02, we could add about 2 feet if the board felt like that was necessary to get a little closer to the property line. But that's the proposal. So variance condition as of right now, it would be variances for the size of the parking spaces as well as the driveway width.
Okay. And then the other variances relating to lot width and lot area requirements and the side yard.
Right. Yep. So basically, just to wrap up, from a planning standpoint, when we have C relief, we look to either the C2 test or the C1 test. In this case, I'll talk about the C2 test, which is known as the balancing test. The benefits of the application as a whole substantially outweigh any detriments. The Pullen case tells us we don't need to necessarily look at the benefits accruing from each individual variance, but we look at the project as a whole. Purpose A of the municipal land use law would be promotion of the general welfare. Here we're improving existing housing stock. We have this pretty small existing home, that we are proposing to bring up to modern living conditions. So improving existing housing stock and, of course, contributing to new housing stock. Not only for this applicant, but for anybody that wishes to live in this community. I would say that two-family is sort of missing middle housing. Not everybody can afford to live in a single-family dwelling. Not everybody wants to live in an apartment building. So these two families are sort of contributing to what we call this missing middle housing stock. Purpose G, variety of uses in appropriate locations. Again, falling back on the exhibit that I showed you at the outset there in terms of neighborhood compatibility. We certainly see these two-family homes on similarly sized properties and even smaller. And in fact, as I showed you, this particular sized property frequently has 3 families on it. Purpose I, desirable aesthetics. Again, in terms of compatibility, this is going to blend in. It's not going to stand out as buildings that are crammed together in the context of the neighborhood and the streetscape. And aesthetically, I would say that since we are looking at an existing oversized property, this sort of has a cleaner aesthetic than one very large home that could have much more building massing than what we're proposing here. And finally, just to talk about the Kaufman case, which is the pertinent case law when it comes to these types of subdivision applications. In that case, the court found that a 2-lot subdivision creating deficient lot widths and areas was appropriate when the proposed subdivision provided for more consistent lot sizes with the surrounding area. As I showed you, this existing 10,000 square foot lot actually stands out in its existing condition, since many of the lots are much smaller than that. And then finally, the negative criteria, no substantial detriment to the public or to the zone. Again, I talked about the fact that this would be less impactful than one very large home. The building coverage for both lots combined proposed is about 2,400 square feet. You could actually get up to 4,000 square feet in one building in this lot in its current form. So you could end up with much more building massing than what we're proposing. So not maxing out the development potential of the property. Importantly, you could still get 2 dwellings on this property. So the fact that we're proposing 2 distinct homes is not out of keeping in terms of the zoning. You could get 2 single-family homes here as of right. The only thing we're proposing, of course, is to have those be 2-family rather than single-family. And finally, just to talk about the master plan, it talks about improving and maintaining existing residential neighborhoods. Here I talked about neighborhood compatibility. I think that this does improve and maintain what's out there today. It talks about appropriate residential development, which of course takes into account distinct areas throughout the community, which is what my analysis took into account. So with that, I would say that this is an appropriate application. It's a nice blend of that which is permitted per zoning and what we see out there in the community today. So if there's any further questions from Mr. Tremulak, I can answer those, or of course I'm open to questions from the board.
Did you have an opportunity to, just really one question, an opportunity to review the June 26th memorandum from the board planner?
I did.
Yeah, and without going through that report in any great detail, would you agree with the comment that I made at the beginning of tonight's hearing that the applicant is able to and willing to comply with all of the other code requirements, ordinance requirements, that are mentioned in the memorandum?
That's right.
Thank you. All right, no further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Mr. Flynn, so the first thing is, would you call this infill housing in that area based on what you've testified to?
I would.
Okay. And the second thing is the Kaufman case, Kaufman versus the Planning Board of Township of Warren Township, 1988.
I think so, yes.
Okay, just for our records. Good. Okay. So with that, Mr. Vice Chairman, do you have any questions for Mr. Flynn on his testimony?
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Mr. Flynn, thank you for your testimony. I have a quick question on both these properties. Where the parking spaces are here, that's the front of the residences?
So the street is on, let me zoom
Right.
out. So the
I just-
street is
because
up
I couldn't
there.
see
Yep.
where that was, so the
Yeah.
front, where these parking spaces are the front of the houses.
That's right.
My question is, can these parking spaces be put in the back of the property? Because the reason why I'm asking is that basically you're taking lawn and curb appearance and you're loading it with parking spaces. And it would be nice if you put the parking spaces behind the residence. That's my comment.
Yeah, and I think, so just to kind of, if I look over here at lot 58.01, which is the new house, our rear property, or our rear yard setback is 30 feet.
Okay.
And we need to get these parking spaces, I guess, 8, 16, 24. I would say it looks like that would probably work.
Okay. I mean, that's something I would like to see. I mean, it would be nice curb appearance and not seeing cars in the front of the building.
All three spaces?
Yep.
Okay.
So do you have those 3 spaces on proposed lot 58.01? We also have some parking in the front yard proposed on the other property.
Right.
Would your comment go for both?
It would.
Okay, yep, okay.
And that's, the other lot is 58.02. But the question, you have 2 parking spaces already in 5802. Are you planning on moving, can you fit 4 back there?
So without being an engineer, I don't want to say anything definitively, but I would say it looks like we could. And, you know, if for whatever reason the 4 doesn't work, as Mr. Tremulak noted, we only need 3 on that property.
Right.
So, you know, I guess as a condition of approval, if that's the way that, you know, hopefully this goes to an approval, but if that were the way that the board wanted to go about this, we could say that if 4 works, we'll do 4. If not, do the 3.
Well, I think, you know, on behalf of the applicant, you know, we can stipulate that the board requires that we would eliminate the front yard parking and put the parking, you know, in the rear, you know, again, with the understanding that we're required to have 3 parking spaces. So we have an extra one on lot 5802, which we may or may not decide to keep if we move them into the rear, but we'd still be compliant with the parking requirement with only 3 spaces. And that doesn't even include, by the way, you know, the potential for cars to also park in the driveways on both properties, which would allow for additional off-street parking.
Right. Oh, I'd appreciate anything you could consider or anything else. And I thank you for your testimony, Mr. Flynn. It was very good.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. On the other homes on Woodersley Avenue, do any of them have 1 parking space facing Woodersley Avenue in the front?
Do any of the,
I want to see if we left 1 parking space in front and then get 2 or 3 in the back, so at least they have some backyard, that we would be consistent with whatever is in the neighborhood.
yeah, so if I bring up my exhibit from before, this is sheet 2 of that exhibit. The arrangement that we're proposing is somewhat different from what you see in the neighborhood. Here you have, you know, right across the street, you have a wider driveway where cars can park side by side. you know, it seems like many of these properties have that, where there is some, you know, this property, if we look where my mouse is, it results in a tandem situation. I don't know if that, I mean, I feel like, I don't know if that answers your question. It's not necessarily an apples to apples thing, I guess is what I'm saying.
But it wouldn't be inconsistent with the neighborhood to have one parking space in front to preserve some green space in the backyard.
No, absolutely not. I think based on what I just said, we can see that there are parking spaces in front yards. So to have one or two out there is not going to stand out. No.
Okay. So if we moved one to the back, there'd be one parking space in front of each of the units. That would be more consistent with the neighborhood. And maybe there could be some trees or bushes or other greenery in the front and the back.
I think that sounds good. Yep.
Just a thought. Mayor McCartney, you're up.
Mr. Flynn, thank you very much for your testimony. Going back to that screen, looking at parking, thank you for even considering moving the parking in the back. Just looking at a Google map, there does not appear to be any houses on Whittlesey that has parking in the front of their home. Just using a map going up and down the street. But I guess my question, and thank you, Mr. Trembulac, to say that the driveway is awfully long, and that also can provide plenty of parking as well. So thank you for the consideration of trying to reconfigure. But if you do, it seems like you could put tandem parking back there, a front to back, to save some backyard space. Would that be possible?
It looks like it
No.
would be possible if that's the board's preference. I think that's, you know, something, as long as the applicant is okay with that arrangement, that's, you know, board preference.
Okay. My question is really on the existing home, two-family home. Can you give more details about the proposed addition?
In terms of, what were you looking for in terms of details?
In terms of livable space, what, you know, there's already a two-story frame. Is that a two-family home now?
That's right, yes.
And what is the proposed addition? What is being proposed in the proposed addition?
Let me jump in, Mayor.
Yes, please.
Sorry to interrupt, but I just need to correct my witness's testimony. The existing house is a one-family, and the proposal is to convert it to a two-family.
Okay. Oh, thank you for that clarification. Okay. I think that was all. Consideration of the parking in the back, and I think that would be more compatible with the neighborhood. And if you could fit tandem parking, if that would work.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor McCartney. Council President Scarpa, do you have any questions for Mr. Flynn on his testimony?
Nothing new. I was concerned about the parking in the front, but if that's been addressed, I'm fine.
Thank you. Mr. Alpert, do you have any questions for Mr. Flynn on his testimony?
Yeah, I'm just wondering if moving the parking to the back, especially in the lot on the right of the map, would we be amenable to, or would there be call to move the new structure closer to the street to use up some of that 30-foot setback and, you know, give some variance there to make it match the 16 feet on the left-hand lot? Thank you, Mr. Klein, for nodding. You see what I'm saying? To give more of a backyard to include the parking, to have the cleaner front.
Yeah, barring any, I would think so, yes. I would think that's possible.
All right.
I think the front setback required,
30, I think.
oh, the front setback is, yeah, that's right. So technically that would be a variance. So, you know, maybe depending on how the board feels about that, we could potentially put a number on the record, and in the future, as long as we're at that or greater, that, because it would be a variance.
And I think, speaking of the applicant, I think he would be agreeable to, if the board preferred to move the house closer to the street so that it would kind of align with the front of the existing house. It kind of makes sense, and it also would allow for more room in the rear to relocate the parking to the rear, but still have some green space in the rear of the new proposed dwelling. That would seem to make sense to us. Again, would require an additional variance from the board.
Yeah, perhaps just throwing a number out there, maybe we want to say matching the existing home, which would be 16.71. No less than that. That's just an idea. Just to give a number that makes, sense.
I think aesthetically that makes sense to me at least. Sure.
And again, looking at a Google map, sorry to chime in here, but looking at a Google map, none of the homes on the street have a 30-foot setback. They have deep lots, but the houses are toward the front.
It's a good point.
Good point. Yep.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Klein, do you have any questions for Mr. Flynn on his testimony?
Certainly do. So let's say we move the building on lot 5801 forward to 16 point whatever feet away from the street or the right of way line. And then we get 3 parking spaces in the back. Will somebody be able to run a turning template to make sure that the vehicles that pull in will also be able to make a K-turn and come out facing forward?
Well,
I mean, I know you don't have anybody here to do it today, but
we would certainly agree to that. It's a reasonable requirement. I mean,
Right.
Mr. Flynn's not the one to provide that, but we certainly would agree.
all right. So now looking at lot 5802, none of those parking spaces are maneuverable, in my humble professional opinion. You only have 10 feet to back out of a parking space. How are you going to make a million K-turns to get out of that parking space or make a loop or even to get into that parking spot? You need at least 22 feet behind it to make the swing. So I think you got to put all the parking spaces in the back. And then before you can know how big that proposed addition is, you need to run the turning templates to make sure you can get in and out of those 3, 4, whatever you end up doing. So I thought we asked that last time, but I guess not.
Maybe, Lee, I mean, obviously you're the expert, so I'm asking, maybe if we did put the parking in the back and moved them over to the right or to the north,
Right.
would that provide enough space behind that to make the necessary movements?
Probably. You could
Maybe.
probably, come in, make a hard left turn to go into those spots. Then when you back out, you may need a little hammerhead in the lower left-hand corner of that property, and then you can go out heading first. I also think an 8-foot driveway is a little bit narrow. You've got 10 feet between the edge of the addition, and I guess there's a fence between the neighbors. So I would consider maybe shrinking that a bit to make that a little wider, but 8 feet driveway, 10 foot with mirrors and everything. But again, when you do the turning template, you'll know what it looks like. So
Right, and based upon the templates, it might require that the size of the proposed addition be shrunk a little
Right.
bit to provide adequate space, which we would certainly do.
right. So so I don't have a problem with 3 spaces facing east or north. I guess 3 spaces facing north or 3 spaces facing east, depending on how they have to make their maneuvers and get in and out of there. So and I definitely think the 2-family on the 5801 has to be pushed forward.
Okay.
And then
Thank you.
show us the front porch and the front steps of building number 2 of 5801. I'm sorry, of the 2-family, so we know what that looks like.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I think that's it. So nobody else has said. So run turning templates and figure out how to push them into the back, move the building forward, shrink the addition if you have to. Yep. All right, that's it for me.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lee.
Mr. Morgan, do you have any questions for Mr. Flynn on his testimony?
Good evening, Mr. Flynn. Good evening, Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Flynn, for your testimony. Most of my concern were around the parking. It seems like we're slowly getting that worked out. So at this time, I don't have any questions or comments.
Thank you, sir. Captain Norberini, do you have any questions for Mr. Flynn on his testimony?
No, Chairman. Thankfully, some of those issues have already been talked through. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cardoza, do you have any questions for Mr. Flynn on his testimony?
No questions. Thank you, Mr. Flynn, for your testimony.
Thank you. Ms. Capra, do you have any questions for Mr. Flynn on his testimony?
I don't have anything additional. It was just the parking and the width of the driveway on 5802. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Davis, do you have any questions for Mr. Flynn on his testimony?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe everything's been addressed. I do agree that the parking in the rear is definitely a better planning alternative, as well as moving the building up. My concerns were about the maneuverability of the spaces. So I think that's going to be addressed through the turning templates that will be provided. So that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Valesi, do you have any questions for Mr. Flynn on his testimony?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had a question if the subdivision is going to be filed by plat or by deed.
And we would file that by deed.
That was it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do any members of the public have any questions for Mr. Flynn on his testimony? Please raise your hand and be identified.
Kevin Malanga?
Okay, before we get started, members of the public, questions start with if, when, why, what, how, where, and which. Please don't testify. Ask questions of Mr. Flynn on his testimony. You have 3 minutes by the clock. You can ask the question. When you stop asking the question and the expert starts answering, that's when the clock will stop. So you have a total of 3 minutes to ask as many questions you can get in 3 minutes. You have one time in the evening to ask questions, so please make it very specific. And thank you very much, because the board needs to hear more information. Go right ahead.
Thank you,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Mr. Flynn, good evening.
Hi, how are you?
Is the applicant presently the occupant of the house in question?
Mr. Tremulak, do we know that?
My client lives there. When he's in town, he also spends time in, I think it's Virginia, but he can correct me if I'm wrong. But when he's in New Jersey, he does stay at the house.
So this is not his primary residence, Mr. Tremulak? Is that right?
He can speak to that, but my understanding, it's not currently, but I think his plans are to relocate back to New Jersey, and in which case this would become his primary residence.
That's what he informed you?
I believe so. He's present and can answer that question. I'm not sure why.
Okay, if we could get the answer to that question. Mr. Flynn, what would have been the planning goals sought to be advanced when the township established the zoning that established the lot widths on this street?
Yeah, I think the reason behind dimensional variances is usually to ensure that you have some type of consistency among properties, so that one is not excessively narrow or small compared to the rest. In this case, as it turns out, there's actually a nice variety. As I showed the board, having 50 feet of width is not only permitted for single family, but it's also out there for two family pretty much throughout the neighborhood. So when we look at the intent behind that type of requirement in terms of, neighborhood consistency and having adequate light, air, open space, building separation, I would say all of those intents are met.
They were met by the establishment of the current requirement of the lot width, correct?
I would say they're
That's my
being
question.
met by the proposal.
No, I'm asking you, what was the planning goal that was sought to be advanced when the township established the lot widths for this street?
I believe I answered that.
No, you discussed the variances, what was sought to be advanced by the variances. I'm talking about what was the township seeking to accomplish by establishing the current lot widths?
Yeah, so I guess, I'll say it again. Basically, one of the intents behind these types of requirements would be to provide for a consistency between properties, so that you don't have something that stands out in the context of the area. You also have sometimes concerns about building separation, density, things like that. But again, when we look at this particular neighborhood, there really isn't a consistent pattern of two families on 7,500 square foot lots. So given that nice variety that we have, and the established pattern of the neighborhood, those intents are being met by this proposal.
Mr. Flynn, isn't it the case that you are seeking to subvert the intention of the zoning by establishing the lot widths that you're trying to overcome?
I believe the consistency of that lot width, given the neighborhood, makes it something that is appropriate for this particular property.
Did you do a calculation as to how many lots meet the current zoning required width versus the numbers that do not?
In what area are you talking about?
He talked about the neighborhood. So what he considers to be the neighborhood?
Yeah, so if the board recalls, I did throw, and I'll put it back on the screen for purposes of my response. So again, my planning exhibit is on the screen here. You know, when I look at neighborhood compatibility, the first thing I do is I start with the block itself, since those are the most immediately surrounding properties. And sometimes I even zoom out further than that. But in this case, I thought the point was made clear enough by just focusing on this particular block. I didn't necessarily need to look beyond that to find several properties that are developed with two family that have the 50-foot lot width or even smaller. Similarly, three families are on similarly sized properties. And again, just to sort of give the calculation that you're looking for quickly, I counted on this particular block, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 two families that are either 5,000 square feet or smaller, as well as 4 three families that are 5,000 square feet or smaller, and actually 2 4 families that are 5,000 square feet or smaller.
You have not provided the board with a calculation numerically as a comparison to the whole number of lots. Is that correct?
Whole number of lots in the town itself or the zone?
No, in this, on this one block, you're basing your opinion on this one block. So what's the calculation? What percentage comply? What percentage do not comply?
I'm going to object to the question. You can do the arithmetic yourself and count the lots. I mean, he's just identified, a multitude of lots on that one block without even including the other opposite side of Whittlesley Avenue.
But if he's saying that he's accomplishing consistency requires at some degree of arithmetic computation so that the board can decide whether or not it's consistent. I have no other questions.
He hasn't done that, but anyone, yourself or a board member, could do it, counting the number of lots. And
well, it would be nice for the board to have that on the record.
Well,
I would disagree for the record that that's something that's necessarily required to make the analysis, that something is consistent or not. Certainly when you're walking down a street, you're not doing math in your head. You're just going off of what you see and what's apparent to you. So I think that was basically the intention behind the way that I put this together. But as Alan said, I mean, you can clearly make that calculation.
I don't need to make that calculation, but I'm sure the board would like to see it. No other questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do any of the members of the public have any questions for Mr. Flynn on his testimony? Please raise your hand and be identified.
I'm not seeing anyone at this moment.
Do any other members of the public have any questions for Mr. Flynn on his testimony? Please raise your hand and be identified. Seeing none, we'll close that portion of the meeting. Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Trembulak, you have the floor.
Thank you.
Can you unshare?
Yes, sorry about
Thank
that.
you.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Trembulak.
further witnesses or any further evidence to present that completes the applicant's case.
Okay, do you want to sum up, sir?
Well, briefly, I mean, as Mr. Flynn has pointed out through his exhibit and testimony, what we're proposing here is certainly not out of character. We're dealing with a neighborhood which is fairly dense with a lot of smaller lot sizes, a multitude of which have existing non-compliant two-family dwellings. I counted 24, I believe, as shown on Mr. Flynn's exhibit when you include houses on the opposite side of Whittlesey Avenue. So again, what we're proposing is not inconsistent, but very much consistent with the neighborhood. And again, your zoning permits 50-foot lots. Your zoning, permits two-family dwellings. This is it blends in very well with the existing conditions on the block. Mr. Flynn's given his planning testimony justifying the variances, C2 variances. We've indicated a willingness to address all of the board's concerns, and we agree with the board's comments about relocating the parking in the rear of the buildings. We'll certainly provide turning templates to show that those parking spaces can be accessed if necessary. We will widen the driveway on the one lot, and if necessary, we may need to reduce the size of the addition to accommodate a widened driveway and the relocated parking. And again, as I said at the beginning tonight, we agree to comply with all of the requirements identified in your planner's memorandum, specifically comply with all building design requirements regarding exterior design and appearance so that houses don't look the same. Comply with building height, minimum square footage of each unit has to be 1,100 square feet. Certainly comply with that. Comply with tree removal, tree replacement ordinance requirements, all other building code requirements, including the requirement for separate entrances, et cetera. Basically, everything that your planner has identified would be acceptable conditions of approval. So for all those reasons, I would respectfully ask that the board approve the application with the variances and subject to the changes and conditions that I've hopefully outlined. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, do any members of the public have any comment about this application? Please raise your hand and be identified. Do any members of the public have any comment about this application? Please raise your hand and be identified.
Not seeing any hands.
Okay, seeing none. Do any members of the board have any questions or comments? Mr. Klein.
So we're voting on a subdivision. We're voting on a subdivision. And then we're voting on this image that's supposedly in our minds that he's going to move the building forward. He's going to fit 3 parking spaces in the back in some orientation. He's going to widen the driveway, shrink the addition. Are we okay with doing it like that? Or do we want to see a hard copy or an image before we vote? We're going to leave it up to our experts to be able to work that out on the side?
Well, we're definitely going to have to subdivide the property if we see fit that makes sense. The application is they'll have to go to the building department because we don't have an exact plan.
Right.
On either side. We don't have the turning templates to make sure that it's okay.
Right. Is the building department going to ask for turning templates if they get a site plan that should?
Well, we've asked for it to be supplied to the building department, so that's a condition of the application.
Okay, all
We
right.
agree.
So everybody, we're comfortable having that condition and having the building department review the plan. Turning
Right.
templates. Okay.
So the other, Ms. McGovern,
The question I have, and it goes off of Mr. Klein's comment. It's my understanding that you need a turning template for both of the houses, but you're most
Correct.
concerned about the existing house and the addition, that there will be
No,
an
both.
adjustment made to the addition on the new house to accomplish the turning template if need be. On the other house, what's the status of that?
All I'm saying is that the image that we see in the drawing on the right side of their latest plan is not going to look anything like what we're going to see when the building department gets it. The parking is not going to be in the front. The building itself is going to be shifted forward. That's on the right side. Then there's going to be some sort of orientation in the back for parking. So that's not going to look anything like it looks today. Matter of fact, it may look flipped over upside down. But anyway, then the other one, we're not going to have parking in the front. The addition is going to be a different shape or size, and it's going to have parking in the back, and it's going to have at least, a 10-foot wide driveway. So as long as we're okay with the building department, maybe our board professionals taking a look at it before it goes to the building department.
well, Mr. Klein, one of the problems I have is that the variances that were asked for based on this presentation are not the variances that will be required when all the other things happen.
True.
So the issue, I think, and the board and the experts can make a decision. The best way I think to do this is subdivide the land and have them come back when you have the appropriate plan with a turning template, so we see what variances are needed to make the most sense. I mean, Ms. McGovern?
Oh, I think that the applicant, and I can't speak for the applicant, but, and maybe you should ask the applicant's attorney. What you're asking then is for them to renotice and come back with a planner on variances. They've already covered all of that. If the board wants to see the turning template, the position of the house, the size of the addition, the size of the driveway, the placement of the parking spaces, you covered all that with the planner's expert testimony. I think it would be more efficient, this is just my opinion, to just have them submit that and then have the board vote on that at the next meeting, rather than go through the whole noticing everybody all over again, putting it in the newspaper, filling out an application, paying more money. To me, because you'd have to, spend more money on another application. I understand what the applicant would like is to just say, your experts are good. I know that we rely on them, but what you're suggesting, I think maybe even more,
Onerous?
yeah.
No, I just thought maybe they would just have to carry this till September and show us.
Well, this is what I'm
This is what I
suggesting.
asked for back in the last time we saw them. I said, give us something. I thought I mentioned turning templates, but I guess I didn't.
I don't.
Because-
But, you know.
That's all right. So, okay, so the building he's got here may not be the size of the building he wants. The addition he's got here may not be the size and shape of the addition he wants. So, yeah, he's gonna have to come to somebody with a real drawing.
Right, and the problem is we can't give variances for something that may not be, and other variances that are needed, so then the applicant would have to come back for another application.
Well,
So I would agree, if the applicant agrees, I would agree with what Ms. McGovern said, come back with the appropriate turning templates, appropriate position of the new house, and it's up to the applicant. And we haven't heard from the rest of the board, but that's my thought. Mr. Klein?
Is the variance for the front yard setback noticed?
yes, I believe it was.
In the catch-all or whatever? Okay, because
It's in the catch-all, but that existing house already has a front yard and I believe that. I'll take a look at the notice
Right,
again,
okay.
but they
We
give you a
would,
catch-all.
if the board wants us to move the house, the new house forward, which I think we all agree is a good plan, that would, that would require an additional variance from the board. And again, we have the catch-all notice, so I'm not concerned about a notice issue on that, but just mentioning that would be.
And then I remember last time Ms. Apty was talking about that, I forget, the buildings the new building has to look substantially different than the existing building or something like that in the color, whatever it was. So who's gonna be the one to check to make sure that the new building, the proposed building is whatever it's supposed to be, substantially different, different color, different, whatever it was?
That would be the zoning official, and they already
It would.
testified, they already said that as a condition that they would comply
Okay.
with that design.
All right.
So
Chairman,
that-
are we taking a vote on this? Because
Well,
I
we're
would
not there
agree
yet.
with, okay, well, I would agree with what Diana suggested
We're working up to that.
for the applicant.
So basically, if we vote on it, everything is going to be into our experts' hands and the building department's hands and the zoning official.
No, is that what we're voting on? I thought we were
No.
voting on seeing a new
I'm just-
plan.
I'm just throwing that out
Oh,
there.
I'm
asking
sorry.
right
Okay,
now
I was already arguing.
in
Sorry.
broad brushstrokes. So, Ms. McGovern,
Uh,
if we vote on this, we subdivide the land, and then the building department, the zoning official, and our experts have to look at how the addition is moved forward, give them a variance for front yard setback. The other variance is pre-existing non-conforming on the existing house. They would probably need, well, if the turning templates don't work,
Right.
then they have to come back.
yeah, you could do
Well,
that. And it,
They gotta make it work or they're not gonna, well,
Exactly.
right, so they're gonna have a subdivided lot that they can't build on because they can't get the parking in the backyard.
They put the
That's what I'm worried about.
and they'd have to put the parking in the front yard, which is where they are now.
Mr. Chairman, we can make the turning templates work. We do what we have to do. We may have to shrink the size of the addition or may have to shrink the size of the proposed new house. One way or another, we can make, we will make that work, and we would agree to provide turning templates.
Okay.
The only thing,
Mrs. Tremulak, go ahead.
know that we need to come back. All I would ask for is some direction from the board as to the location,
Well, that's what we're trying to figure out right now.
location, front yard setback for the new house.
Right.
And then just tell us what the minimum driveway width would have to be on lot 5802. And if that requires a variance, we grant us the variance, and then after that, I think everything can be handled by your professionals in the building department.
Right.
There has to be
And
an
one more
engineering review of this at the building permit stage, so that could confirm we have the required parking, we have sufficient turning templates, et cetera.
Okay. Council President Scarpa has a question.
Yeah, I just felt like we don't have enough information completed to make a decision at this time. There's just too many variables that are going to that could change.
Well, we're working on the variables, and it is within the scope of our experts and the building department and the zoning official to make those decisions based on our guidance here at the meeting.
Right, we can set parameters essentially
Yes.
for those,
Mr. Klein, Mr. Alper, sorry.
just the idea that we can set these parameters.
Yes. Okay, so
I mean, do we
Let's-
have a minimum driveway width? Like, why are they proposing 8? Do we have them, is 8 the minimum width of a driveway?
they're looking for variance for minimum driveway width.
Yeah, so I would say that goes away. It's gotta be, they gotta provide the adequate driveway. They're gonna be sharing, 2 sets of families are gonna be sharing this driveway. It's gotta be can't be a substandard width.
Well,
Mr. Tremulak,
14 feet seems to be excessive for a driveway.
No, that the 14 feet is not the width of the driveway. The driveway is probably 10 because it looks like you have about 2 feet on either side of that 14 foot from the building to the property line. So you've got a 10-foot setback, a 10-foot driveway and a 14-foot width on 5801. 5802 looks like you've got a 10-foot setback and an 8-foot driveway.
So are you saying then that 10 feet would be acceptable
Yes,
driveway width? Okay, that's fine.
that's for me. That's my vote. 10 foot.
okay, so Ms. McGovern, before we go forward, can you review the myriad of conditions?
Yes. As far as I can tell, these are the conditions. they will agree to abide by all of the suggestions and directives set forth in the CME reports dated December 16th, 2025 and January 28th, 2026, and the report by the board planner dated June 26th, 2026. They will eliminate front yard parking and put the parking in the rear of the property as to 551.01, that's the new lot. They will move the house up to match the house on the existing lot, which is 16.71 front yard setback. They will comply with all the building requirements, including height. Well, they're not going to do setbacks, we're removing that, and design, which includes the change in the difference in the design of the front. Based upon a turning template, they will adjust the addition to 58.02 and create a 10-foot driveway. Both two-family houses, all units in the two-family houses will be two-bedroom units. Each apartment must contain 1,100 square feet of space. This, I said before, comply with the design regulations, and will remove the shed at the rear of the property. That was from the first hearing. Oh, and also applicant will submit a grading and drainage plan for the new lot 58.01 to the Office of the Municipal Engineer for their review and approval at the time of obtaining building permits. So the question becomes.
Wait, Ms. McGovern, there's C2 variances.
So there's the variance in the front yard for
The new lot.
the new lot, which is lot 58.01.
And the existing lot, the new addition will need a front yard setback variance.
All right, so 58.02 is already pre-existing at 16.82 feet. Or 16.80, yes, 82 feet. With 58.01, the way they're showing it now, they're going to move it up, so they will need a front yard variance there. They need a side yard setback for newly created lot 58.02, because the side yard to the property line is only, I think they said 2.5 feet. But then they've got a wide enough space for the driveway, but they are going to have to create a 10-foot driveway on 58.02, which that they were already showing that. So I think that was already, I don't think that was a variance, but there was, let's see on the variance list. Here we go. All right, and then they need a variance for the 5,000 square feet of lot area because it's a two-family house instead of the 7,500. And the 50-foot lot width areas, on a two-family house, you need 75 feet. And the 2-foot approximate side yard setback, right? So the only new variances they're picking up is the front yard on 58.01. What I don't know, and what is not clear, is does this rear yard setback, does that get measured from the last parking space to the rear, or can you include those parking spaces in the rear yard setback? I don't know that.
That would be to the principal building.
Right.
I'm sorry?
That would be to the principal building, not the rear
Okay,
yard,
so you
not
could
the
put the parking
space.
spaces there and still have like in that 30 feet of rear yard, you could have those parking spaces and it wouldn't affect the rear yard setback.
Correct, yeah, the setback is only for the principal structure.
So
Okay.
parking spaces, the pavement could go right up to the property line in the back? If they had a pave?
Yeah,
They could, okay.
as far as I understand, yeah. And a lot of, as we've seen the aerial, there are a lot of existing properties here that are completely paved all the way back there.
Okay. And Ms. McGovern, they're asking for an RSIS waiver for stall size. But that may
Now, is
change.
that still the case with the parking in the rear?
Well, we don't know yet. They're gonna have to come
Okay.
back. Mr. Tremblot's gonna have to tell us, or Mr. Flynn's gonna have to tell us.
Okay, are they coming back for this or are you?
I think,
Yeah.
we'll have to agree that we would comply with the required, parking space dimensions or otherwise come back for relief.
Okay, so
Okay, so we'll comply with parking space size. Okay.
Mayor McCartney,
So if we are going to agree to all of this, will the building department get revised plans?
yeah, well, they're gonna have to have revised plans submitted.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And will we see those, or they're going to go directly to the building department?
It's gonna go directly to the zoning official in the building department and our experts for compliance.
Okay.
Okay? So having said all of that, let's give it a try, guys. Okay. I make a motion that we approve PB 25-09 Perez 68 Widowsley Avenue, Block 129, Lot 58, Zone RT, with all the conditions and requirements hereto aforementioned, and it does not deviate from the goals of the master plan. I believe from the testimony of Mr. Flynn, it is infill housing. It is consistent with the neighborhood, and it is a better use of the space, which is also part of the improvements to our master plan. And do I have a second?
I second, Chairman.
Who was that?
Captain Oberini.
Captain Oberini. Seconds. All in favor on the motion, Yamilet.
Mr. Alpert,
Yes.
Mr. Klein,
Yes.
Mr. Morgan,
Yes.
Mr. Noberine,
Yes.
Mr. Cardoza,
Yes.
Council President Scarpa,
I'm going to abstain.
Mayor McCartney.
Yes.
Mr. Guarino,
Yes.
Chairman Bago.
Yes, the motion is agreed to.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tremblay, Mr. Flynn, Mr. Perez.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. PB 25-12, 262 and 270 Main Street LLC, 260, Block 114, Lot 50 and 55, Zone B1. The applicant proposes to construct a two-story supermarket building consisting of 13,934 square feet on the first floor and 5,810 square feet on the second floor, for a total of 19,744 square feet on Main Street for the applicant.
Good evening, Board. My name is Amanda Wolf of Norris McLaughlin on behalf of the applicant, the owner of 262 and 270 Main Street.
Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go right ahead.
Okay, so thank you for hearing us tonight. Just for the board's own notification, we started this in May 6th. We came back on June 3rd and provided some testimony. If you'll recall, we did have a PowerPoint presentation from our architect, Jorge. And then we were back on July 1st, but we weren't heard. And now we're back tonight on August 12th. In the interim, we have made some progress. We received a report from the Downtown Alliance, which I hope the board has received. We also communicated with the forester, and he submitted a revised memo confirming that our landscaping plan was acceptable. And we also reached out to the community house, which is the school that is adjacent to the property, somewhat adjacent to the property, to see if they had any concerns about our project. And I know I can't give you hearsay testimony, but if I could, I would tell you that they had no objections to the project. So with that, I'm not sure if the board just wants to jump right into our engineering testimony, if you want to hear a little bit more background about the project as far as the variances and the relief that we're seeking, or whatever the board's preference. I know you have a busy agenda, so I just want to be respectful of your time.
Let's get into the engineering, and then we'll come back to the variances when you wrap up.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, so with that, I would ask our engineer, Jordan Cicini, to, oh, I'm sorry, if you could swear him in.
Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And Mr. Cicini, if you could just qualify yourself.
My name is Jordan Ceccinini. I'm a licensed professional engineer in the state of New Jersey since 2018. I own Hudson Engineering, who prepared these plans. I have a bachelor's degree in civil engineering from NJIT and a master's degree in civil engineering from NJIT. And I've appeared before dozens of boards in the state of New Jersey.
And you've been accepted as an expert in engineering, correct?
Yes.
Correct. If the board would accept Mr. Cecchini, that would be great.
Do any members of the board have any questions about Mr. Cecchini's voir dire? Seeing none, Mr. Cecchini, we accept you as a licensed engineer in the state of New Jersey. Go right ahead, sir.
Thank you. I'm going to share my screen. Give me a moment.
And just for the record, Mr. Cecchini, are these the plans that we have already submitted or are these revised plans?
These are the current plans that we have submitted.
Perfect, thank you. And if you could just give us the last revised date for the record.
Last revised date I have here, 5/26/2026.
Excellent. And just for the record, that is the plan set that we introduced as an exhibit at the prior hearing, and that was exhibit A2.
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead, sorry.
All right. So my name is Jordan Ceccinini. I was engaged to perform the engineering design on these drawings. We mainly focused on the drainage, on the parking, and on the lighting design of the project, as well as all the associated site plan requirements that had to be met in order to submit these drawings. We worked very closely with the architect, Jorge Mastropriestro, on developing the plan. So, it's a merger of the two, and I think we came up with something that's very nice. To begin with, I'd like to speak to the drainage design. It's a major development. So what we have designed here are pervious pavements that are going to collect.
I'm sorry, Mr. Cecchini, which sheet of the plans are you referring to?
I'm referring to sheet C 1.07.
Thank you.
So in order to meet the requirements for major development with the new rules from New Jersey, you have to control the total suspended solids, the TSSs, as well as the additional runoff that comes off the site. What we have here is two separate drainage designs. Because we're collecting a large amount of rainwater from the roof, we have one stormwater detention basin that outflows into the storm sewer in a controlled manner. And we also have a pervious pavement system where we collect the direct runoff that goes into the parking stalls along the edge of the property. And then we have a swale over here that collects everything that goes into a aquaponic filter, which, also collects these total suspended solids that we have to take out and enters into the basin. The piping that we have here are for overflows in the event that we exceed the design storm, which is all compliant with the stormwater design criteria for the project. There were no issues with meeting this, so, it's pretty much part of every project. I'd like to move on to the lighting, which is the next part.
Mr. Cecchini, if you could just go back for 1 second. Can you just talk about the existing drainage conditions and whether this would be an improvement?
Oh, this would definitely be an improvement. I'm not even sure. We go to the existing survey here. I don't think we have any inlets collecting anything off the existing site. There's none that were indicated on the survey. I don't think I saw any when I was out there. So right now it's 100% impervious coverage. And all the runoff is going into the stormwater system. The new design reduces that runoff and collects a good portion of it into the stormwater collection system, including the roof area here. So we're actually giving an improvement. Also, being in compliance with the new rules, we're removing the total suspended solids from the roadway or from the parking lot itself, which could be the oil residues or the dirt, so to speak, that comes off of typical cars that drive in and out. So it's a significant improvement to the existing drainage system.
And one more thing, if you could just talk about the green infrastructure that we're proposing.
Yes, that's going to be the pervious pavers. So, what this does is it takes advantage of the existing parking lot. Instead of just being 100% asphalt, We turn a portion of that into pavers that could collect the water as it falls in there. The way they work, they have little gaps in between. The water falls through them and it gets into a gravel basin that we have in there. And the water basically is stored within the gravel. This was designed in compliance with the New Jersey Best Practices Manual. And, you know, it's all within their, you know, recommendations to improve green infrastructure for the project.
Understood. And we're also proposing rain gardens, correct?
Yes, that would be over here in the swale that I described. Basically, when the water lands on the asphalt, it's going to flow down the driveway and into the rain gardens over here, where we have a structure inside there that's going to collect it and also put it into our stormwater system here.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Right. The lighting plan that we provided meets the criteria for the ordinances. We have 0.5 foot candles that don't protrude outside the area. There is going to be these plans are a little old. I think there was some comments that were made by the planner. The architect is proposing the lighting for this very, if you remember from the PowerPoint presentation, it's a very unique, beautiful structure. So obviously he's going to be putting the lighting requirements there. We do intend to provide that as a condition to the board to show that we also meet the requirements for the 0.5 foot candles. Nothing out of the ordinary on that. I'd like to talk about the parking, which is really the variance that we're looking for. When we originally submitted these drawings, we had assumed that we could ignore the warehouse space that was up above on the space, because it wasn't really part of the initial intent of the design for customers to come in and use and park. It's really just there to store what they're going to need for the supermarket. But we have a letter from the planner that they would like us to include that as part of the considerations. So I ran the parking calculation two different ways. The first way is the way we need to do it for B1, which requires a variance. So you take the total square footage, including this large storage area, which is the entire second floor of the building. You subtract it by 1,000 square feet and you divide the remainder by 300. We get 56.92 spots. You have to round up. So that gets us to 57. Because we are proposing 4 EV spots, we get the benefit of adding 4 spots to our design. So if you remove those 4 spots, you get down to 53 spots. Right now we have 58. There is just no way to fit those additional 5 spots within this area. So the second way we ran this is, okay, how necessary are these additional 5 spots? And what we did was we looked to the ordinances that govern the other parts of the city. And what we did there is we said, okay, if we take the retail space and consider that for the retail requirement, that would be 13,934 and divide by the 300, we would get 46.44 spaces. And if we took the storage space and we divided by the number the town has there for warehouse requirements, which is 600, we take 31,444 divided by 600, get 5.24. It leaves us with a total of 52 spots. So when you subtract out the 4, you do get to the 48 stalls. So in my opinion, based off looking at the 2 different ways of looking at this, we do need a variance for the parking. However, this design should meet the requirement for the intended use of the property. There's also been some discussion about turnarounds, etc. I'm going to leave that to the traffic engineer. We didn't do any turnaround analysis on here, but in general, I think it's a solid application. It meets all the criteria for the stormwater requirements, the lighting requirements, and I think that the variance necessary for the parking is really due to the fact that it's a different type of building than the CVS's and the Walmarts that have been there in the past, or the Walgreens that have been there in the past. and it should be a good project.
Thank you. And just a few follow-up questions for you. Will you be talking about the landscaping, or do you want us to have Jorge address those?
I think it'd be more appropriate to have Jorge do that.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm just an engineer who makes sure the numbers work. I don't really make things look pretty, and he really has a better presentation and 3D outputs for that.
Gotcha.
I can comment that the landscaping that was proposed was working in coordination with him, and it does help us meet the, it was taken into consideration for a drainage design.
Gotcha. And as far as utilities, those are all remaining the same, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you just briefly point out where the refuse area will be, where the dumpster will be?
The refuse area, I believe, is going to be inside the building. So again, it's going to be something I think that Jorge spoke to when he gave his presentation last time as well.
Perfect. Thank you. I have no further questions for Mr. Cicchini.
Thank you. Mr. Cecchini, I've got one question for you.
Sure.
I had asked if there's going to be a bench for seniors to sit on as the jitney goes by. Was there a space that you guys found to place a bench so the seniors could sit?
I believe so. I remember after our meeting, we actually circled up and we had conversations with the architect. Again, he has a really wonderful, beautiful vision for this, and he has a place for it. I think it's going to be over here. It doesn't interfere with the parking or any of the requirements that I took a look at. But I'd rather he speak to it because I know he's going to place it somewhere where it's going to be.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay. Vice Chairman Garina, do you have any questions for Mr. Cecchini on his testimony?
Yes, I do, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, thank you for your presentation, sir. I have a quick question about the water retention facility up front by the street. How many gallons does that retain?
Oh, let me pull up my stormwater report.
There it is.
I can't give you the exact number right now. I'd have to.
Okay, just give me an idea. I won't hold you to it, believe.
Yeah. No, we presented this application originally in May, so my memory is a little shot.
Okay.
When we put the calculations
Okay.
together. That would be in the storage. That would be in the storage. We have a runoff volume of 7,800. Yeah, I would have to review my report to give you an exact. Here we go, basic.
Okay, so my other, just to go down, so after it hits its maximum retention,
Yes.
it will then flow into the stormwater system of the township.
Yes.
Okay, so, and it won't cause an overabundance. It'll hold it and release it on an integral basis, so it's not like a total, deluge of water entering the stormwater system.
Yes, we have control structures for every place where we have the water flowing out. But, this is all designed per the New Jersey Best Practices Manual, which is all for the 100-year storm. If we don't get the 100-year storm, if we get something that exceeds the 100-year storm, it also will overflow into the system. But that's just the way that, that's the criteria we're meant to design to. Just like we don't design for, 175 mile an hour winds in New Jersey, we use 114 miles an hour because, we have to stick within some criteria to keep things reasonable.
Absolutely. Okay. When you do the new drain system, you'll be adding any new infrastructure, like any connections between your property and the township, facility?
Yes, we intend to connect into manholes in the street, either existing or proposed.
Okay.
Yeah,
And that will all be sent to the township engineer to verify that it meets its requirements and specifications?
absolutely. Yeah, you usually have to pull a permit with them and, you know, some townships don't even let you cut I'm not sure what West Orange's requirements are. They don't even let you cut it. You have to use like a special list of contractors to connect in there, but everything will be run through the town.
Okay. And so you did the parking. Now, what about, and this may not apply to you, it may apply to the traffic engineer, but delivery trailer. You know, I have an issue because the first presentation, and you can stop me if it's not your area, the first presentation mentioned about parking the delivery trailer on Main Street. And I have a big issue with that.
No, I understand. I was there. I heard a lot of the debate. I've done turning radiuses, etc. But really, the traffic engineer is the most appropriate person to speak to. He has all the reasoning for putting it there. But I can tell you that within this space, you know, Jorge even showed it with his turning radiuses. It really doesn't make sense to put it in here. I think it'd be, if you can't get that trailer to turn around, you would either have to back in or back out. It's very difficult.
I understand, and I can ask this of the traffic engineer, but you have to understand the community house next door is going to have, and currently it's 125 kids. As the program increases with the completion of the structure and the new classrooms, there's going to be 300 kids or more in that facility crossing Main Street back and forth, and all during the daytime and afternoon hours. And with a truck on Main Street doing that, that creates a significant blind site. So, I mean, I know you're not the requirement. I'll talk to the traffic engineer, but that is one of my main concerns. And, you know, it's something that we have to be very, very concerned about. So anyway, but thank you, Mr. Tonini. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Goldstein, if I could interject, we did actually reach out to the community house just to see if they had reviewed our plans, and they have. They're very familiar with them. And they didn't have any concerns about our project per se. Their concern was more about the overall circulation of the street, not the impact that our project would have.
I spoke, and Mr. Chairman, if I could say this, I spoke to the executive director of Community House. And just to let you know where I'm coming from, I also sit on the board of Community House. And the other thing is, I'm also the chairman of the Pedestrian Safety Advisory Board with two other members of the planning board who sit on my board, just to let you know where I'm coming from. So
Understood. And just to be clear, I did speak to someone named Paul Cito. I wasn't making that up or anything.
yeah, and he called me and I spoke to him, so that's why I'm raising my concerns about
Understood.
it. And I'm sorry he didn't respond, but he's on vacation this last 2 weeks. So other than that, but we can talk about that. But thank you. I appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Ceccanini, just for the record, the stormwater management controls will comply with the West Orange Stormwater Management Ordinance?
Yes.
Okay, just wanted that for the record. Thank you. Mayor McCartney, do you have any questions for Mr. Ceccanini on his testimony?
No, good evening, Mr. Cecchini. Thank you so much for your testimony. And I also want to say that I appreciated your camaraderie with talking about Jorge Mastro Pieto's work. We have seen his outstanding work, so we do look forward to seeing him testify. Thank you. No questions. And I do want to say, Vice Chair, thank you very much for asking the question about the stormwater capacity.
That's not going to keep me around. Thank you. Council President Scarpa, do you have any questions for Mr. Ceccanini on his testimony?
Not really, just a comment. I wanted to thank him for his testimony and the beautiful work that they've done. You know, I helped rewrite that stormwater ordinance, and I really appreciate your attention to detail. It looks like a beautiful project. I do share Vice Chairperson Garino's concern about the delivery truck because I work at Washington School. I'm intimately familiar with the traffic on Main Street, the dangerous conditions. I've had an accident there myself. So I do want to hear a little bit more about how we're going to mitigate that.
I could just say that we have a someone who specializes in that, who's taken a very close look at this, and I think it'd be very appropriate for them, to speak to it you know, I just
Great,
don't want to
thank you.
speak out of turn. But
Okay,
it-
thank you.
Thank you.
Looks like a beautiful project.
Yeah. Mr. Alper, do you have any questions for Mr. Ceccanini on his testimony?
Nothing for me, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Klein, do you have any questions for Mr. Ceccanini on his testimony?
Yeah, Mr. Cecchini, did you put site triangles on the site driveways on the site plan?
Right, triangles. Yes, we have directional arrows. Is that what you're talking about?
No. So when you're coming out of the exit driveway, you look to your left, look to your right. Did you put site triangles on there to show the distance that you can see? No, you didn't put that on there. Okay. Because normally, I don't know if that was a comment in one of our review letters or not, but yeah, I'm just looking. I don't see it. All right.
I'm sorry.
So hopefully
I'm
we'll
sorry,
be able
can I
to.
interrupt this?
Yeah.
Because we did it in our drawings. We have it in our drawings.
And just for the
Say it
record,
again, Noreen?
We have it in the architectural drawings. Yes, we have it.
Yes.
Site triangles? Is that on this one?
Yes.
What
Not in
page is
one, in
this?
architectural
Topics, yeah,
drawings.
there it is. That's it. Yeah, what sheet is that? 13. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mastropietro.
So, all right. So all right. I'll ask our professionals if they looked at that to see if it's accurate or not. But okay. That was the only question I had about.
Thank you. Mr. Morgan, do you have any questions for Mr. Ceccanini on his testimony?
No questions at this time, council. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Nobrini, do you have any questions for Mr. Ceccanini on his testimony?
Not at this time, Chairman.
Captain. Mr. Cardoza, do you have any questions for Mr. Ceccanini on his testimony?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Capro, do you have any questions for Mr. Ceccanini on his testimony?
I do. Yeah. Thank you, Chairman. And thank you, Mr. Ceccanini, for your testimony. Just a few questions related to the stormwater design. Did you have a geotechnical analysis performed?
Yes.
Okay. And as far as your design goes, then you have like the adequate separation distance between your stormwater features and the high groundwater table.
Yes.
And percolation rates that are adequate.
Yes.
Okay. And then another question, I guess about both the proposed grocery store and the neighboring properties. If you have the infiltration facilities, close to those other buildings, do the other buildings and the grocery store, do they have basements, and is, infiltration a concern in those locations?
No, most buildings are designed to have the waterproofing all the way up. I mean, by the code, they should have the waterproofing all the way up to the grade line. Water tables fluctuate, even if you don't have stormwater percolating in there. But I don't have any concerns with the additional water going inside basements.
Okay. So you're not sure, whether the other structures have basements or not?
I'm not, no, but I do a lot of work with basements, especially with the, water's getting inside there, et cetera. If they have issues with water getting inside the basements, a lot of times it has to do with the waterproofing that they have on the outside of the basement walls, et cetera. So if they currently have problems, they will continue to have problems, but I don't see this as causing additional problems to existing basements.
Okay. And let's see. Maintenance for the pavement. Is there currently what is the plan for maintaining, just to be sure that the permeable pavement is actually functioning as designed?
We have a maintenance plan in our report.
Okay.
Yeah. You would, I need to review my report a little bit more on what the maintenance of these would be. Depends on the system that they use. Usually we call to the manufacturer requirements for it. But I'd have to get back to you on that answer.
Okay, yeah, I'd just be curious about, both the chamber system and also the pavement itself, have, regular maintenance that would be required, in order for them to function as designed. So, yeah, we'd like to see that.
Yes, it would be required per the manufacturer requirements, and we'll certainly have to.
Okay, great. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Davis, do you have any questions for Mr. Ceccanini on his testimony?
I do not, Mr. Chairman. I think that I have more questions for the traffic engineer.
Thank you. Mr. Valesi, do you have any questions for Mr. Chechenini in his testimony?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had a question again about the stormwater management system. We did have a comment about providing drainage calculations and drainage area maps. Have those been submitted?
They should have been submitted. I'm not 100% sure on which report you're looking at.
It's from the Artheon report dated April 10th, 2026. I do apologize. I'm covering for the engineer that typically covers these boards, but from my understanding, those haven't been submitted. I know you are saying on the record that it complies with the ordinance, but if it hasn't been submitted yet, I just ask that you provide it.
Sure. I have a May 26th report here, and you said you're looking at an April one. So, you know, we could send that over to you, and then we could take a look at whatever comments you have and whatever you guys would require us to do to comply with the ordinance. Obviously, we would do.
Okay, thanks. You would agree to comply with all of our comments on our engineering report?
Yes, as long as they're within the ordinance, you know. But yes.
Yes. Okay. Do you have an idea of where the ADA EV space is going to be placed?
Yes. EV spaces are going to be we do not have an ADA EV space, but we could certainly turn one of the ADA stalls in. We could put one there.
But that is argue with the fire department.
Okay.
We would have to move the parking around a little bit because I think there's some issues with the fire department on where they would like to have those spaces. But is that one of the requirements that we have to have the EV parking next to the ADA?
So it's a state requirement to include an ADA EV space. The placement of that for the requirements of the fire department, I defer to the fire department. But that is something that is a state requirement.
Well, we could certainly make the plan work for that.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yeah, as long as you're willing to comply with all of our comments, then I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to take, I have something administrative to do, so we're going to take a 10-minute break right now. And we'll get to public questions as soon as we come back from the break.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Okay, we're back. We're getting back.
Like 3.5 feet deep.
Recording in progress.
Okay. Wait a couple of minutes. Let everybody come back. Shit.
Dr. Bagoff, while we're waiting for everybody to come back on,
Yeah.
I'm getting a text message from the attorney for 525 Northfield.
Yes.
Because we're getting late into the night and she doesn't know that we're going to finish. And she has a conflict on September 2nd. And she's looking to see whether we could give them a special meeting. Trying to see what she's asking for. The 16th of September or the 23rd. I know that there's a lot of holidays during
Holidays,
September,
yeah.
so
I'm gonna have
I don't
to
know
look.
that that's possible. But I did advise that the next regular meeting is October 7th after our September regular meeting. So I don't know whether you want to discuss with the applications that are still pending at the end of our agenda as to whether we're going to get to them.
Okay, September 11th through the 13th is holiday. September 20th to the 21st is holiday. September 25th is a holiday.
So is the September 16th or 23rd available? I kind of missed out on.
I'm looking.
I don't know
I'm trying to
why,
see.
but I
know.
have every Wednesday I have my calendar.
Some,
No,
You
for
have-
West Orange Planning Board. I don't know why. The 9th, I have something in here. I did it
Okay.
every week. I guess it's-
that was last year.
Monday.
Okay.
I got a Sunday, Monday, Friday, October, Friday. It looks like Wednesday is clear for holidays.
Yeah.
in September.
Yep.
Okay, so is it the board's pleasure to put a special meeting on?
I don't know if we're
The
pleasure.
9th?
Okay, let's look at the second, 11th to the 13th. Can we do the second Wednesday? Does that conflict with the council at all? The second
You
Wednesday,
know what, we don't have, Janice is not on, so we don't
Right.
know the
the availability of a
availability. But here's
also.
the thing, here's the good news.
Yeah.
We have another meeting in between then for calendar control, so that if we need to, we would adjourn this to the, what is it, the second? And then if we get the special meeting, if we are able to put it together, we can announce it at that meeting.
Right. That's what we'll do.
Is
We'll
that
do it to
acceptable,
September
Ms.
2nd.
Moore?
Can we decide amongst ourselves, though, is September 9th? I'm available on September 9th. Can we
Okay, so let's
tentatively
adjourn
schedule
this.
that?
Let's adjourn this to September 2nd, and we'll figure out during the coming week. We'll email the board and see when we can get a quorum.
No.
No,
I think
that's
we
not
need
gonna
to
work.
plan ahead now.
Yeah.
So
We
that
won't have
everyone
enough
can
time to
hold their-
advertise for the
like,
9th if we tell them when it's-
tentatively schedule for the 9th if everyone's available now.
And let me just, Marcia Moore for the record, good evening. I don't think I'm announcing. So I just want to pull my client, my team and make sure the 9th, because I asked 16 to 23rd. I understand unavailability. I don't want to agree and then they're not available. So I'm just.
Okay, Ms. Moore, you work on that. We'll continue on. You let us know when it works. How's that?
Okay, and our Zoom
Apologize.
operator, if she can chime in and say she's available or not, because that's the other piece of the puzzle. Okay. And then we have another application at the end, gosh, why can't I remember these names?
15
Ridgeway?
15 Ridgeway.
Yeah, are we getting to
Yes.
that one, do you think, Dr. Bagoff? Do you want to?
It's 8:30, 9:30. Yeah, we should be able to get to 15 Ridgeway, at least start it.
Wait, why
Okay,
is
so we're gonna. Okay,
Good night.
do you think we'll,
And
Tonight.
we are available on the 9th, so sorry.
September 9th?
Yes.
Okay. Is our Zoom operator available September 9th?
Yes.
And our board secretary available September 9th for a Zoom meeting?
Yes, how many board members are gonna be available for September 9th?
Myself, Mr. Klein, Mr. Alper, Ms. Kapfer,
One second, Mr. Klein, Chairman, Ms.
Captain Norberini,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Vice Chairman Garino,
7. We got 7.
Mr. Cardoza.
Mr.
Okay.
Cardoza.
I'm available.
Council President
as well.
Scarpa.
Okay, good. I
Okay.
think we got it. We're good. Okay, so
Okay, we're good.
September 9th special meeting
Yes.
Zoom.
Zoom.
on
Will
Zoom
that time be 6:30?
6:30.
for 525 Northfield.
Okay. Jan, okay. Thank you, Ms. Moore.
Thank you. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you.
Okay, so just for the
Night.
record, don't away, everybody. Second, try not. The other. That was 15 Ridgeway, is that correct?
No, what you
Oh.
just talked about was 525 Northfield
525
Avenue.
Northfield, okay. So PB 25-11, 525 Northfield Avenue LLC, 520, block 159.04, lot 1.01, zone B2, will be carried to the September 9th special meeting of the planning board at 6:30 PM. No additional notice will be required
On Zoom.
on Zoom. Sorry, on Zoom.
Okay.
Zooming. Okay, now, for my administrative issue, Mr. Garino, you have something to say?
Yes,
Vice
I
Chairman.
do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Because I am a member of the executive board of the West Orange Community House, a member of the Boys Clubs, Girls Clubs of the United States, and we are a nonprofit. We don't receive any money from the township, but since we're just right across the street, I feel it'd be pertinent myself to recuse myself any further for this application, and I will be signing off until the next application comes on. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Diana, thank you very much, and have a great evening.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Garino.
you, Vice Chairman.
See you soon.
Thank
Okay,
So Jamila, first alternate up will be voting, or I guess the second alternate, because we're missing,
Second
Mr. Wicks.
alternate. Ms. Caffer will be voting.
Yes.
Okay,
Mr. Warner is recusing for the Main Street application?
No, yes.
Yeah.
For the
One
one
more
that's
on that.
currently we're discussing, 262-270 Main Street, PB 25-12.
Okay.
okay.
Okay, continue.
Ms. Wolf, you're up.
Yes, thank you. So giving the concerns that we've heard about the loading space, I think it's prudent to jump right into Mr. Dean's testimony.
But Chairman, did
Wait,
you
wait, wait,
open it
no.
up to
We have-
public
public
questions
comment.
on the?
Yeah,
Wicks?
we have
Oh, I'm sorry.
We have public questions, almost.
Sorry, I was too excited there.
Okay, do any members of the public have any questions for Mr. Ceccanini on his testimony? Please raise your hand and be identified.
Okay. Kevin Malenga, please state your name and address for the record.
Kevin Malenga, Ridge Road.
Go right ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Cecchini, at the beginning of your testimony, you mentioned collecting runoff from the roof. By what means are you collecting runoff from the roof?
From their storm pipes.
I'm sorry, say that again, please. The storm.
The storm pipes are drains on the roof. They go to a leader and that just gets connected into the runoff, into the base.
And where are those gutters and leaders located on the building?
We don't have that specifically located for a zoning plan application. It's not typically done. That's done for CDs, but we do have a place for it to come into in the drainage.
So is it your testimony that there are going to be gutters for the roof along Main Street?
No, there's going to be some sort of drainage collection. It could be internal on the roof. It could be on the outside as gutters. We don't care how it gets there. We just care that there's a pipe that it gets to and it comes into the basin.
Now, there is a structure that is an extension of the roof attached to the building along the Main Street side. Is that correct?
Most likely, I'm doing the site plan. The architect could speak to that.
Right. So you're not aware of any rain gutters for that structure?
I'm not doing the building design. I'm just the site plan engineer. I tell the building designers where they have to put the pipe, and it has to get into my storm collection system.
All right, so you have not designed any collection system for that structure along Main Street, is that correct?
I designed a system that collects the rainwater where it ends, but how it gets there, the conveyance system is part of the building design, which is typically done after approvals.
Has Mr. Mastro Pietro discussed with you rain gutters for this building?
I think that was discussed as part of the previous testimony he gave. I'm going to leave it up to him and his testimony.
Yes, I asked him about those questions and he said there were rain gutters, so I'm surprised to hear that he has not discussed those with you.
If I may, we can speak to Mr. Mastro Pietro about that when he comes back to testify.
All right, I have no other questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Malanga. Do any of the members of the public have any questions for Mr. Ciccinini on his testimony? Please raise your hand and be identified.
Seeing none.
Seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Ciccinini. Okay, Ms. Wolf, you're up.
Thank you. If I could call Mr. Gary Dean, our traffic engineer.
Good evening, everyone.
Evening.
Mr. Dean, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Dean, if you could just qualify yourself.
Certainly. Gary Dean, D-E-A-N. Professional address is 181 West High Street in Somerville, New Jersey. I am a principal of Dolan and Dean Consulting Engineers, and we specialize exclusively in traffic engineering and municipal consulting for traffic-related matters. And my most recent appearance before this board was as part of the West Orange Plaza, where the new Target is being constructed or has been constructed. That was probably about 2 years ago. But I am a licensed professional engineer in New Jersey, and my license is current and in good standing.
Any questions for Mr. Dean?
Do any members of the board have any questions for Mr. Dean on his what dear? Seeing none, we accept you as a licensed traffic engineer in the state of New Jersey. Go right ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Dean, you can jump right into it.
Okay, very good. Just by way of identification, although I don't plan to directly address it, we did submit a traffic impact assessment for the application. It's dated March 11th of this year, and it contains the typical content with which I suspect the board is familiar. That includes background traffic counts at the site and the streets in the immediate site vicinity, including Kling Street, obviously Main Street, and Irwin. With that, we also looked at this site, recognizing it is in essence a redevelopment. The property is currently developed with a Walgreens that has since closed, and then a small diner on the, call it, northern end of the property. As you've heard from our experts, our prior experts, those two structures will be raised and then the new store constructed essentially in its place, but more to the southern end of the site. And instead of having two separate parking lots as the site is developed today, each with two-way driveways, we spent a lot of time with the professional team looking at what kind of circulation made the most sense for the property given its nature as a grocer. But we also very early on understood that there was sensitivity to the traffic, I'll say, movement and operations, particularly at Kling Street. And we looked at two-way driveways. We looked at one-way driveways with an entrance to the north and an exit to the south. And in light of that concern with not wanting to I'll say, or minimize the impact on Kling Street, we devised the access that you have before you, which has, in essence, our ingress located opposite Kling Street. So anyone on Kling Street, if they want to come straight across Main Street, they can do so, but otherwise their movements would not be subordinate or in any way affected by people trying to leave this site. And that our exit driveway is further to the north, say in between Kling and Prospect. And as a result, we felt that that provided the most efficient manner of on-site circulation. It keeps our traffic moving in a clockwise orientation. It still allows access to 90-degree parking spaces. And through this process, you've heard principally Jorge be responsive to the concerns with cart corrals and some of the other elements that are typical with a grocer. One of the more, and we've gone through all of that during the various TRCs, one of the more significant elements was the desire not to put tractor trailers on Irwin. And we looked at a variety of options and candidly, without having that truck, I'll say, penetrate more to the west and affect the residences, we felt it was prudent to keep that activity away from that street. And one of the things we did not want to do was ignore the loading, but we also realized that we couldn't bring it within the parking lot. And for the simple reason is we would lose too much parking. So in putting our heads together and looking at how Main Street was restriped, I don't know the exact age, but I think it was probably 4 or 5 years ago. It was restriped. Instead of having 2 lanes in each direction with no on-street parking, it's now 1 lane in each direction, now with typical village or CBD type parallel parking. What we have proposed with this, and I don't know if Jordan's still available and can show the site plan, and I'll ask if not him, perhaps someone on our team can. But what we elected to do with moving the various driveways, we still retained on-street parking, but our proposal was that be restricted so that a truck can safely, I'll say, align on Main Street closest to the building entrance so that merchandise can be offloaded and brought into the store. And it would not create, and I want to show an example only because I think it's instructive as to what we did not want to do. And this is a photograph from Google Street View, so it's available commercially for anyone with a web connection. This is Kling.
We're going to have to mark this.
That's fine. I can screen capture it.
Thank you. All right, and send it over to Gemilette. What exhibit are we up to, Gemilette? I think it was
A3, I believe.
A3? Okay.
And this is what is called a Google Street View photograph, which is, they have these little cars that drive around with cameras, but and this is from October of 2021, as identified in the upper left-hand corner. This is a typical delivery of what is occurring with our neighbor. We did not want this. And you can see it leaves insufficient width on the side of the truck for traffic to pass. And as a result, we felt that to capitalize, and I'm just going to close this exhibit, we wanted to capitalize on the availability of that parallel parking to create a loading zone. It's frequently done in downtown areas, and it's for a limited duration. If it's 20 minutes, 25 minutes, but the extent of removing a few pallets off of the truck and into the store, and then it would revert back to available on-street parking. We thought that was a very practical solution that allowed us to design a sufficient amount of parking for the project. And most importantly, if we were to have trucks deliver on the property, it means they would need to cross the sidewalk twice, once to get into the site and once to get out of the site. And out of concern for providing the highest level of safety, we did not want that to occur. So as a result, we proposed this solution because Main Street is part of the Essex County roadway system. We vetted that with the county planner, who took no exception to the proposal in terms of safety or traffic or movements, and felt that it was a creative solution to a typical, I'll call it urban or downtown concern. And with that, again, by keeping trucks off the sidewalk and in conflict with pedestrians, we felt that this was a very practical and safe design that would adequately serve the store. And obviously we vetted that with the applicant as well. Beyond that, I didn't intend to get into the weeds of our traffic study, other than to identify it and to discuss that we did look at the comparison between the current site uses and the proposal. No question, we hope that a thriving new grocer on your main street would be a bit more of a vibrant business than what currently is there, or could easily slot into those two buildings if they were to be re-tenanted. And in terms of access and circulation, it allows for total on-site traffic flow. I'm sorry I can't show the plan, but basically we
Hang
have...
on, Mr. Dean, I think we can pull that up. Carlos,
good.
could
Thank you for that.
Pull that up, please.
What we have proposed is parking essentially all the way around, head in along the perimeter of the parking area, with rows of parking in the central core, which maximizes what we can fit. There's no two ways around, squeezing any more in. We did lose one space out of concern for the cart corral, and I think rightly so. One of the board members had expressed a concern about the need for individuals. Thank you very much. To back out of spaces and across the sidewalk. That has been eliminated. So this plan shows as I was describing, the parking directly along the north side of the building, head in, that would feature the two handicap or ADA spaces. The parking wraps all the way around this parking field, which again maximizes the number of available spaces. And then we have several interior, about a dozen or so interior traditional tandem spaces, all of which are served by 24-foot wide aisles that allow for exiting from those perpendicular spaces. There was a question raised about site triangles. I think that may be what is depicted on this exhibit. We have endeavored to put low-level landscaping at the exit, which would be below 36-inch driver height. And if that needs to be clarified on the landscaping plan, we'll certainly agree to amend the plan to reflect that. The one challenge we always have with quote-unquote site triangles is there are no buildings in the way, there are no obstructions that would impair those site triangles. The one thing that does, I'll say, affect site triangles are parallel parking spaces, and you can't have both. And the premise is people can look through the glass of a car that's parked on street in order to safely get in and out of a given driveway. And that's endemic to the patterns of development all along Main Street, whether it's at a driveway or at various intersections. Having parallel parking does, in theory, put something in that site triangle. The one thing that's being highlighted now at Irwin Place is cleaning up that area with what's called a bump out that would improve site triangles, with additional curbing that provides better visibility of the turning path and does allow for a clearer line of sight for vehicles exiting Irwin Place. Now, that is a dead-end road, so it serves a limited amount of traffic, but safety is binary. It either works for one or it works for everyone, or it works for none. The volume is not really relevant. So we have endeavored to improve that, and it allows for additional either landscaping treatment or streetscape. I'm not exactly familiar with the design, but it could be a combination of both. We are retaining, if not augmenting, some of the landscaping in terms of street trees along Main Street. And then you'll see our store entrance is at the northeast corner of the building. That will allow for a very convenient means for anyone walking, recognizing the environs. We would expect that anyone in the immediate neighborhood, instead of getting in a car and driving elsewhere, now has access to a grocer right along Main Street. And we would hope that it does attract some element of pedestrian traffic. But every care has been taken to ensure that those pedestrians have clear lines of sight as well as the drivers. What's depicted on the plan, and you will see, and I will clarify, it is not a lowboy. It is a standard refrigerated tractor trailer, either in a 48-foot or 53-foot trailer. And that is shown to position itself within the parallel parking spaces, as I mentioned, right by the building entrance, that will allow that inventory to be brought right into the store. And it just shows how that truck can very easily pull in across the entrance driveway, pull straight in, and then move forward to exit. Whereas we don't have a template, but I will testify that if we were to provide that truck and its circulation on site, we would lose at least 4 parking spaces. We would probably lose more than that. I know at one point in the design process, we all put templates down and looked at it. But it would for the limited duration of deliveries, it would be a detriment to the efficiency of the overall site and its functionality. And we felt that this was a more prudent and practical design solution. We do have EV spaces as are, I'll say, theoretically required. DCA issued a clarifying memo last 2024 that, as I read it, only new parking spaces are required to meet the EV percentage. However, we're really scraping this site clean and building it from scratch. So rather than debate whether it's the required percentage of the total parking or only the new parking, we will comply with the, and I believe it is 2 EV spaces between 50 and 100 for the total commercial parking. So we will provide those, one of which needs to be signed, but it won't have the handicap placard. It needs to be, I should rephrase, it needs to be available for disabled individuals. And that's code compliance. I don't know that we need to necessarily debate the nuances of that, but when we hopefully get to the building department, that will be dictated by the code. We do understand that fire generally does not like the EV spaces right up alongside the building. So those will be located that where it's acceptable to those divisions within the town that have oversight. And again, it's like ADA spaces. We know we need to provide them, and we will agree to comply. And you'll see on the plan there are 4 EV spaces shown in the infield, that middle parking core. So one of those would need to be signed for ADA or available. They can't be signed for ADA, they just have to be accessible for ADA. And in other words, if someone in an EV who's not disabled parks in it, they won't get a ticket for parking in a handicap spot. But the space has to be accessible to those individuals. And Amanda, unless there's anything else you want me to cover, that is all I have. And
Can you just address, I know Jordan briefly talked about it, the parking calculation and whether you concur that we have sufficient parking?
Well, I know there's been some back and forth, particularly with the TRC and these areas. And our mezzanine area is not customer accessible. Arguably, it's not retail. If we were to look at the ground floor and our retail area, and we didn't have the top floor, we would comply with the required parking. But the upstairs inventory and employee lounge, in my opinion, does not in and of itself generate any additional parking demand beyond the first floor. However, when we look at the ordinance and we get a waiver on parking for the first 1,000 square feet. And then at the required ratio of 1 per 300, we have a requirement of 57 spaces for the entire 18,000 and change square foot building. And that conservatively assumes that the entire upper floor is retail. So I'll leave it to the smarter people in the room than me to, legally what's required. We see this with, I'll give you an example, warehouses where there's office and there's a warehouse component. Many agencies treat those separately for parking requirements. So I think the fundamental issue is, does this proposal provide sufficient parking? And as we've looked at it in terms of walkability of the neighborhood, where it's located, and the fact that we do have a second floor, it was done to minimize the footprint, to maximize the parking. In my opinion, as a professional traffic engineer, I am confident that this will provide sufficient parking for the neighborhood. I don't think you would see the applicant, forgive me for a minute, elect to put this kind of investment into cleaning up the site with in any way considering it would not serve the customers with adequate parking. Main Street does allow for on-street parallel parking. We have a number of spaces across our frontage, as well as along Irwin. So as we start to look at that as being available, but not exclusively available to the site, in my opinion, for the downtown setting in which this is located, I think we do have an appropriate off-street parking supply. And then when we look at that in combination with the neighborhood, in my opinion, there is sufficient parking for this use.
One more question. I know that there's been a lot of concern expressed about the pedestrian safety, and we had a conversation about what could we do to address that. If you could just run through some of the potential options that we have and maybe the constraints that are associated with doing those things.
Well, as I mentioned in my introduction, we spent a lot of time looking at the access scheme for this site and trying to devise a way that would be the safest for pedestrians. And having separated ingress and egress driveways makes that better than the current configuration that's existed for, I'll assume, 30 years or more. So we've done our part as far as respecting and keeping an apron design. And what I mean by apron is, you look at the plan, we don't have radii, big curved radii like exist at Irwin or at Prospect. We have what's called an apron. And the difference is the sidewalk elevation is fixed. And that gives priority to pedestrian movements, and the vehicular movements become subordinate because they're going up a little tiny ramp either into the site or to leave the site. And it gives greater priority to pedestrians. Once those pedestrians continue, for example, to Irwin, there are handicap depressed, what are they called? Detectable warning pads and handicap ramps. So individuals can then continue to the south, for example, crossing Irwin, or to the north, crossing Prospect. Those streets, interestingly enough, do not have painted crosswalks to get across Main Street. That's endemic to this site, irrespective of this application. However, if the town engineer feels and the county concurs as, I'll say, mitigation to increasing traffic, pedestrian and vehicular, we've consulted with the applicant, and we would be more than willing to, put in striped crosswalks wherever those may be warranted or preferred. There are some challenges with driveways on the opposite side of the street. I, for example, don't recommend putting one at Kling Street to the south of Kling Street, because most of the vehicles turning from Kling Street go left. And so I wouldn't want to introduce a crosswalk in conflict with Kling Street traffic. But if we were to provide a crosswalk to the north of our driveway, our entrance driveway, I should say. Then it would be on the north side of Kling Street, and it would be, it's at an intersection, there would be better visibility. But I don't hold all the cards in that decision. I can only look at where these candidate locations might be and make my suggestion, but there are a lot of people that need to say yes before we decide on that. So we're willing to contribute towards wherever the best place for those crosswalks might be. What we don't have the ability to do are go down the rabbit hole of, well, there's ADA compliance and this needs to be rebuilt and that needs to rebuild. That gets a little bit beyond our scope as far as addressing those. But we certainly can look at those locations and do our part.
I have no further questions for Mr. Dean.
Okay, I have a question, Mr. Dean. So I think you danced around how many parking spots based on how much square footage. So let's see if we can get down to something the board can use. So the upstairs has 5,810 square feet. And you said there's a center for employees and a kitchenette or something for employees. Is that correct? Okay. So out of the 5,810 square feet, how big is that area? 200, 300, 400 square feet?
Yeah, I'd have to defer to Jorge. It's not a lot.
Okay.
It's probably in the plans. I remember seeing it. Or yeah, whoever's driving, I think if we could see the floor plan of the mezzanine. Yeah, I see the there's the top calculation. So you'll see the storage area on the second floor, Mr. Chairman, if you asked, is 4,144 square feet.
Okay.
That's storage.
That's storage.
And in this calculation that you see from the cover page,
right,
where this top portion is treating that storage area as though it's retail.
Right.
So it's
I understand. And
okay.
The board understands this. So what I'm trying to get to is like a realistic number that we can use, as opposed to saying, well, let's just give you a blanket variance. I want to have some science to this. And out of the 13,934 square feet of the retail space, could either you or the architect say that half of it is filled with counter space?
Well, I can save you that. What we did, and it's in the second segment. Oh, here, let me see if I can do this. There we go. Let's see if I can do this. So I will use my pen. Here is that calculation. And what it says is the retail area on the first floor, 13,934. The first 1,000 square feet, your ordinance doesn't require parking. So we then use the ratio of 1 per 300 for the remaining 12,934. And that yields a requirement of 43 spots. And what we have are 44 on-street dedicated parking spaces. And then under the EV credits and all the good things that the legislation allowed us, we get up to 10% or a 4-space credit, which brings us to 48.
I'm just going to go to our parking ordinance 2512.2B.1. And I think it says 1 parking space for every 250 square feet, not 300. I could be wrong. I've been wrong before.
I did spend a lot of time with your ordinance on that very same subject, and you have a different parking standard in the B1 in your CBD zone. And the first question I had, I inquired with the board's prior planner, Paul Greigel, and I said, Paul, I can't find anywhere in the ordinance, where's the CBD map? And I got one, and the property, no question, is in the CBD. So that's why we use this 1 per 300 parking standard.
Okay. So basically, well, when the board decides, a lot of that square footage of the first floor will be counter space and space for people to buy things as we go into any supermarket. And from upstairs, you're really using about 300, was it about 1,000 square feet? So you may be using 300 square feet, and the first 1,000 square feet downstairs, you get a buy on. Okay, that makes much more sense to me on how to figure out the calculations and offer a variance if needed for parking. Okay, I got it. I like thinking out loud sometimes.
We spent a lot of time doing this exact same thing, so I'm glad I outlined it, or at least hopefully did. And
I appreciate that. Okay. Mayor McCartney, do you have any questions for Mr. Dean on his testimony?
No, Chairman, I do not. Thank you.
Thank you. Council
Thank you,
President. Council President Scarpa, you have any questions for Mr. Dean on his testimony?
Just one quick one. I want to thank him for his really well thought out approach to this. I really feel much more comforted than I did before. What times of the day will those deliveries be made? I'm only concerned because if anyone's ever done any traffic work or been on Main Street at rush hour, it is incredibly dangerous. So I was just wondering if there are any stipulations about when deliveries can be made.
I'm going to defer to Amanda because, oh, look at that. It's already on the plan. We did cover that at a prior hearing, but.
I thought so, but I didn't remember. Yeah. And I was really just concerned to pretty much the rush hour. You know, the children crossing in the morning is one thing, but I think the rush hour is when Main Street really is at its worst.
No question. That's why we count during rush hours when we do our studies. That was the primary reason. And again, when we did our traffic counts, the other thing is we were out there in May. We counted everybody who walked by, and you're 100% correct, which is why we were super, I'll say, concerned with not bringing the truck on site. Is that would have a conflict irrespective of the time of day. Could be lunchtime. There's still people walking on the sidewalk, and that's really what led to our I'll say design for where we've put the loading space.
Yes, and I appreciate that, and I couldn't agree more.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Dean, one more question.
Yes, sir.
What exactly the total number of spaces you're going to be providing, all in?
Sure. I believe it's 44 striped, and whoever's controlling if maybe we can, the plan itself.
It looked like 48.
It says
43.
Yeah.
I saw a couple of numbers here. It was just on the page that was there before.
It was 48 proposed, 4 of which are EV spaces that we get the credit for the EV space.
So 48 and 4 EV?
Correct.
And how many ADA?
2. But I just wanted to be clear.
Sure.
If you add up every single space on site, we have 44.
Okay.
And that includes 4 EV and 2 ADA.
Gotcha.
In the count, just as an incentive and inducement for developers to put in the EV charging equipment.
Right.
The legislature said, you put in the EV equipment, we're going to give you a bonus of 2-for-1 EV spaces. So I call them phantom spaces. You can't put a car in it, but they count as available parking. The math has always been fuzzy to me, but regardless, if you were to go out and let's say this were constructed and you were to count the striped spaces, there would be 44 of them.
Okay. It's called new math. I failed new math, but that's something else. Okay. Mr. Alpert, do you have any questions for Mr. Dean on his testimony?
None for me, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Klein, do you have any questions for Mr. Dean on his testimony?
Yes, I do. Good evening, Mr. Dean.
Hello, Mr. Klein.
So I'm looking at your traffic report says the temporary loading space will be from 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. And that plan said from 7 a.m. to 12 a.m., which to me is midnight. Can we clarify that? And then first, let's get clarification on the hour.
I saw that too, and understand through this process with our different hearings, and this report was done in March, there have been refinements as part of this process. So I will defer to Amanda and Jorge because my note taking was woefully pathetic. And during the prior hearings, I don't remember what was decided.
All right,
If
so
I may, my
then,
understanding is 7 to 12 noon.
Noon, that's
noon,
it.
okay, fine, so that's 5 hours. then,
7
okay,
to 12 noon, okay.
Great, and then you're gonna have to go to mayor and council to get that ordinance,
Correct.
to get that restriction, okay. The site plan, well, that's not for you then. The bump out on the corner, this is just a point of clarification. The bump out on the corner, it's not shown on this drawing that you're showing, but it's one of the drawings. It's not shown on the engineering site plans. So I'm just making sure. I don't think there's any calculations of drainage or anything like that, I don't think, that are affected by this, but I just noticed it wasn't on there.
It's impervious today. It'll be a
Right.
combination of impervious or pervious in the after condition. And it's in the public right of way. So again, we need permission, whether it's mayor and council and or county.
Yeah.
And the treatment for those, sometimes rain gardens get introduced. I know you're familiar with those. We have agreed to construct this in, again, much like whatever crosswalk, in whatever design is, I'll say, most receptive to the community.
So it's just a treatment to the pavement. It's not a raised curb or physical, right?
I believe it is curbed. But
So
there are attendant issues of fire access. And so we're showing it. The understanding is that people won't be able to park there. It's treatment, even if it's like an 1.5 inch, reveal, like a depressed curb. The whole idea is to make sure that we don't have cars parked right up to the corner and impact those sight lines. So the treatment, we'll run it past you, Mr. Valesi, or his associates, obviously the county, and the town engineer. But the intent is to do this treatment.
Okay. That was all I had.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Morgan, do you have any questions for Mr. Dean on his testimony?
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Dean, no questions. Thank you for your wonderful presentation.
Thank you. Captain Noberini, do you have any questions for Mr. Dean on his testimony?
Not at this time, Chairman, and thank you for your presentation, Mr. Dean.
You're very welcome.
Thank you. Mr. Dean, where are the fire lanes? Is there going to be areas marked for fire trucks?
Fire trucks pull in where the fire trucks want to pull in, and whether that's on Main Street or in the parking lot, we can stripe behind the parking space, fire lane, no parking, but I think that sometimes confuses people whether they can park in the space or not. Mr. Chairman, I've seen all kinds of things done, like crosshatch striping in the aisle itself. Here, I'll use my note.
I'll tell you what, I'll leave that to you and the fire subcode official to work out.
We sometimes will do this and then, put in, I'm drawing, but it says fire lane, no parking or something to that effect. We will agree to whatever the fire personnel want for that striping.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Cardoza, do you have any questions for Mr. Dean on his testimony?
I have no questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Dean.
Thank you. Ms. Cafford, do you have any questions for Mr. Dean on his testimony?
I do have a few questions. Yeah, thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Dean, for your presentation. The one question, I guess, while you have that bump out sketch there, based on what was just shown on the screen, is the intent of the bump out, so this makes it look like it's paint and bollards potentially? Just maybe curious if there's any additional information about the bump outs, and also, whether or not that's already been kind of broached with the county, whether they're open to it.
We did broach it with the county. Again, it was a discussion with David Antonio in the county planning office. Bump outs are generally endorsed by agencies in that they shorten the pedestrian crossing, and that's why they're usually found in central business districts, downtown areas. The treatments that Jorge has shown are one type. They're a combination of, you'll see colored or textured pavements. Sometimes they have bollards. Sometimes it's entirely new curbing that wraps around the corner, and then we reconstruct the handicap ramps and such. I believe this was, design considerations. This is an illustrative example of what can be done. I'm sure each one of us attending tonight has an opinion one way or another. We don't want to design your streets. We just want to acknowledge that we're committed to making them safer as a result of this application in whatever treatment is preferred. And there are drainage implications, there's inlets, there's, lighting, pedestrian lighting, new ADA. So there are a lot of design elements. I'm not here to tell you that what you're seeing on this plan is what will be installed. Some people might not like blue. So we're open to, all input, but we are committed to advancing that as part of the project.
That's great. One other question, regarding communication with the county. I know you mentioned in your testimony the possibility of putting a crosswalk. I believe you said potentially north of Kling or somewhere in the vicinity of the project. Just curious if you've spoken with the county about that and if there maybe was any talk about, along with the crosswalk, introducing like a rectangular, the RRFB, the rapid rectangular flashing beacon. Maybe that's too far into the conversation, but just curious if that was discussed.
It was not specifically discussed only because it came up after we had our initial discussions with the county. But I will say, having dealt with, agencies over the year, and I know, for example, down at Babcock Place in front of your community house, you do have a designated crosswalk, high visibility with rapid flashing beacons. Having them at every intersection, I don't know is necessarily the right answer. And if there were a high volume location where it makes sense, and right outside the community center it does, I'm a little reluctant to just arbitrarily start putting those in unless there's a demonstrated need. I think a crosswalk is needed first and foremost, and that's certainly something that can always be put in at a later date. But no, we haven't advanced that. And quite frankly, in my experience, on those issues, the county gives great weight to the input from the host community.
Okay, that's helpful to know. Curious about the dimension from the, I guess it would be the southern end of the parking, the loading area rather, to Irwin.
You mean, how far is it?
Yeah, typically, I think there's even like existing paint in that area now. I think typically you want to have like at least 25 feet. I think that's more like the concept of daylighting, like having visibility at an intersection, and surely the bump out would provide that. But just kind of curious. It looks like you have significantly more than 25 feet there. I just can't read it.
We do, and that was the intent, but the bump out was also an added measure to provide that visibility. I'll give you an example. The on-street parking, well, it was much closer to Kling, and somewhere somebody in the town revised that, and I don't want to keep introducing exhibits, but through signage and on-street striping, we can identify where the limits of no additional parallel parking is. Again, to keep those sight lines open.
Yeah, all right. That's great. Will there be? Regarding the temporary parking, do you have an idea about like duration and frequency of use? I know you talked about the hours of 7 to noon, but I think you mentioned that, maybe 25 minutes at a time or something. I'm not sure if there's anything more specific or not.
I thought that was on the cover sheet.
And maybe it is, yeah.
I don't.
Just curious if it's like always in expected to be in use, 3 of those 5 hours or.
Oh, no, I'd expect it to be in use for 20 minutes, a half an hour. To remove what, they're partial truckloads that come in. It's just a small store. So it's not a ShopRite where they empty the truck. And then the truck will be on its way. And we do have, and I do want to point out, there is a second loading space on Irwin for potato chip and the smaller single unit, fresh bread and things that come in. So the idea there was between refuse and those smaller vendors that they would use that space, but they can easily back in and out of that secondary loading space. But for the tractor trailer, we couldn't introduce it anywhere else where it made sense.
Yeah. I was mostly curious about, just, how often it would be in use and kind of thinking about, potential impact to pedestrians there.
Well, there is no impact to pedestrians. That's why the truck is along the curb line and the pedestrians just continue on the sidewalk as they always have.
Mm-hmm.
Other than the hand trucking of pallet jack or what have you, bringing merchandise, there's really no effect on pedestrians.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a parallel parking space. It's just for bigger vehicles.
Mm-hmm. And one last question regarding, the circulation and, signage and striping so that vehicles, drivers understand where they're going in and out. Is it mostly paint or, will there be other signage?
It'll be a combination. This is the architectural plan, but as any favorable action, I mean, if again, we'll go through resolution compliance if we get there, but very conspicuous, do not enter, entrance only. I don't want to clutter it too much, but I want it to be effective signage so that people properly use the driveways. But I suspect this is a neighborhood store, and I think there will be habitual and regular users that are familiar with the circulation.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why it was laid out the way it was. Angled parking, we start to lose efficiency. And again, we're trying to maximize parking with the most efficient layout. But yes, it'll be a combination of signing and striping throughout the entire parking lot. We'll make sure we have, like what's shown on the plan before you, where we have these flow arrows. We'll add more so that they're very obvious and conspicuous throughout the internal circulation.
No, that's great. That's all for my questions. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
Okay, one more thing, Mr. Dean. I just went back since you mentioned it, the professional planners report of Prescrigal 2025, and it said deliveries on Main Street will be 7 a.m. to 11 a.m., not to 12. So is 12 a.m. a change from the original?
Yes.
Okay. Got it. Okay. Okay. Mr. Davis, do you have any questions for Mr. Dean about his testimony?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, just a couple. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dean, for your thorough considerations. I appreciate all the background that you and your team have done in the design of this. Considering that obviously there's the off-street parking variance is being requested and is required, could you provide a little bit of testimony as to if any off-site parking was considered? It is permitted within the B1 zone to have off-site parking on properties within 250 feet. Just for the record, if you could provide any testimony about that.
I did, and during the TRC, and I don't recall whether you participated, somebody had mentioned, hey, there's that big CVS lot right down the street. Well, that exceeds the 250 feet, but
Gotcha.
I have to defer to Amanda. I don't think we were able to successfully consider that, and I don't believe there is anything else available within 250 feet. This particular neighborhood is fairly well developed. Without a lot of empty space.
Understood. Yeah, I think we're all aware that there's parking concerns within the area, so it's tough to get property for it. Additionally, there are two employee parking spaces that are require variances because to access you have to back out into the right of way at Prospect Place. Could you provide testimony as to maybe the frequency of use of those spots, why they're designated as employee spots? In your traffic expert opinion?
The intent in designating those as employees was to limit the frequency of turnover. The expectation is an employee comes in for their workday, leaves the car, it's static then for 8 hours, as opposed to if we had accommodated or if we had left those undesignated for customers, I think there would be a much greater frequency of turnover. And I'm never one to advocate backing out on the public streets. However, where you have, for example, residential driveways, it happens all the time. I mean, that may not make it right or wrong, but I think it works safely because of the limited turnover of those spaces. You know, someone leaves to go to work in the morning, they come back at night. And I think it's a good idea to use them. I did not observe any sightline restrictions that make them inherently, I'll say, dangerous or unsafe. And I think it was a good way to use. There's a severe grade difference. I think Jorge covered that in his testimony. So there was no way to incorporate those. They're down a flight of stairs. There was no way to have that at grade. I don't know what the difference is. It might be 6 feet or so. So, in my opinion, I don't think it's at variance with other on-street parking that exists along Prospect where our neighbors back in and out of their driveways. And I think in light of the circumstances, it's certainly a very reasonable and safe design. So I'm not personally troubled by it. And I think that.
Thank you. Yeah,
You're welcome. The turnover is very low. That's why we made them employees.
Yeah, and from previous testimony, Prospect Place has much less traffic than obviously Main Street does. So that's more ideal located over there. And that's all I had, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
Mr. Valesi, do you have any questions for Mr. Dean on his testimony?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Dean. I had questions about the turning movements. Are you going to be able to provide turning movements for any emergency vehicles that may have to circulate through the parking lot?
I know, because we did go through it, an ambulance will certainly fit through there. A fire truck has access. They may not be able to loop all the way around, but if there's a circumstance where a emergency apparatus needs to be on site, everything shuts down. Main Street shuts down, the parking lot shuts down, and those trucks come in and do what those brave men do. So we weren't planning on having trucks freely circulate through the parking lot, but it is accessible to emergency vehicles.
Thank you. On the turning movement plan that's shown on the architectural plan, there did look to be a small conflict with the passenger car and the parallel parking space.
Whoever is controlling this, could we flip to that page possibly? Greg, is this the one, or is there another circulation?
06, but I do see on that one also the truck appears to conflict with the parallel parking space there as they're making the turn into that loading space.
I see what you're referring to. We will provide you with a template that makes sense. What was shown is, you'll see it's labeled as a lowboy, and if you look carefully, it has a single rear axle. 53-foot trucks are, I won't bore everyone, but under the motor vehicle code, they're limited to a dimension of 41 feet to the rear axle from the kingpin. And as a result, they're more maneuverable than a lowboy template. And we will provide you, I'll say, as part of whatever the next step may be, we will provide you with a template to demonstrate that it will not clip that parking space. It's the wrong template. It's not a lowboy, but it's called an WB55, and that is a standard grocery store 53-foot trailer with a short haul cab with the rear axles moved forward by a good 5 feet or so. So I know they're more maneuverable, specifically for tighter sites.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And who's ever controlling the screen, if you don't mind, please go into A08. The loading zone on Irwin Place.
Yes.
I did notice on a street view that there was a car parked on the, I guess on the left side of the page. I did see that there was also signage on there. It might be an off-street, an alternate side parking area. would you be able to schedule your deliveries so there's no chance of a car being on that side of the street?
I have to defer to council on that. That sounds like a commitment from the applicant, and I'm not really the best one to put that out there.
Yeah, so we would definitely have to discuss that. Which parking space are you concerned about? The one closest to the rear?
So on Irwin Place, if you're able to look at a street view there's a car parked on along that curb line on the left side of the page.
Oh, you mean on our actual property?
No, I know what Greg's talking about.
Across the street, across from
Yeah,
the
right
loading
across
dock.
the street.
Yes.
There's a street view, there's a driveway, and there's a car maybe in here.
Yes.
Gotcha.
And there's also signage on Irwin that restricts that parking to certain days and hours. And I think that's a very reasonable suggestion that, we have to make sure that this truck can get in and out.
Mhm.
So we would be subject to confined to those hours where it's prohibited to make the deliveries.
Thank you. I know you briefly touched on it about the bump out. If it is going to be a physical curb line, I do see on the survey that you have some drainage structures there. So that's something that the site plan engineer would have to consider with relocating structures or, obviously if it's just painted in bollards, you don't have to worry about it. But if it is a curb line, that's something that you'll have to consider.
I agree. I see those inlets and what I don't know is, for example, is it here and here, or is it closer, or forgive me, I'm sorry, here, or is it closer to the actual PCPT of the radius? I don't know. But yes, if, and again, because there's a lot of cooks in this kitchen on that particular design element, that will need to be addressed if there's any impact on those inlets.
Sure. Thank you.
I agree.
And lastly, whoever was sharing the screen had an exhibit up showing the site distance triangles. If you don't mind going back, just for reference. So that does show one for the loading space. If you could also provide one showing a car that has to leave the parking lot and has to turn left or right, just for us to evaluate that.
We will do that. I will say it's no different than what's out there today, but we will put that on a plan so that, it's evidenced.
Okay, great.
No, those are good suggestions. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Do any members of the public have any questions for Mr. Dean on his testimony? Please raise your hand and be identified. Do any member of the public have any questions for Mr. Dean on his testimony? Please raise your hand and be identified.
Seeing none.
Seeing none. Thank you, Mr.
You're
Dean.
very welcome. Thank you for your time, everyone.
Thank you. Ms. Wolf, you're up.
Yeah, so I recognize the time, and we still have our planner, and we have some cleanup testimony from the architect. So what would the board prefer? Do you want to go back to Jorge just to answer some of those loose ends, then we'll go right into the planning?
I
Or if
think
you have-
back to Jorge so we can get all that rounded off and on the record and then move forward from there.
Understood, thank you. Jorge is
I'm
there.
here. Yeah. So,
And Jorge, you're still under oath from the prior hearing, correct?
yes.
Thank you. Okay, so if you could just address some of the questions that were raised. I know there were some questions about landscaping, the lighting fixtures that we were proposing,
Yes.
and other areas like that. So if you could just jump into that,
Let me share the
landscaping, light fixture,
So
and the
first,
bench. I'm
based
sorry,
on
you
one
can
of the
address the
questions
bench.
from the public, I don't know if you see this. Yes, you see this. So when they were asking about the rain gutter, of course, this is part of the CD construction documents. We didn't start working on construction documents until this is approved. But from the point of view of the design of the building, we are considering all these rain gutters hidden, like in this picture here. This is just a picture of one building, but that's something possible that we can, that we were thinking to do. So it's not visible from Main Street to have any rain gutter.
And I'm sorry, one thing, Ms. McGovern, do you want to have that marked as an exhibit?
Yes, if it wasn't part of your submission, then that would be A4.
Okay.
Correct. And Jorge, if you could just send her a
Yes.
screenshot of that.
Yeah.
Perfect, thank you.
We'll have to name this,
Sorry about that.
this exhibit.
All the other drainage in the roof will be in the roof, and everything will be within the ceiling cavity, so nothing is exterior. We are trying to design a beautiful building, so we don't think that we should see any gutter, downspout, and anything like that from outside. So that's what we are planning to do. Now, lighting, what we are thinking and considering for our building is to have all this lighting from here is LED strip lights that goes all around the building, even from the other side. It goes, you can see from here, there is a light on and goes all the way to the other side here. Okay, so this is about light. Landscape, we are considering, so we have the rain gardens. Rain gardens, we have in the civil plans, the type of plants where everything is low planting for the exit side triangle when you are exiting with the car from the parking. So you need to see outside. So everything is low plants like this or like this. All the information about the trees that we are proposing is on the civil plans. There is a landscaping plans. I don't have it with me, but maybe Jordan is still on the call. I can ask him to share that, but everything there is on the plans. Last, I don't remember what else, what was
The
it?
bench.
What? Oh, the bench. So we didn't discuss the bench, but we did discuss after last meeting, and we were thinking maybe it can be here in the front or can be in this area. That's what we are thinking to have. Again, we can discuss this. We are open to any suggestion, and whatever the board wants to have it, or the community, any suggestion, we are welcome any of those ideas. Last, and this is something that I want to add, I'm not a traffic engineer, but as I said before, I'm advocate for pedestrian safety. I live in the town next door. I live in Melbourne. I'm part of the pedestrian safety committee. I'm part of the planning board. And for me, pedestrian safety is very important. So what we are trying to do here is within the parking, without our parking lot, to have a street mural like this one here, because that makes the car driving on top of that is slowing down. And again, when they are exiting, having something like that on the pavement makes the car again slowing down. Then we are thinking to have, for example, before to go through the entry and exit of the parking, to have something on the sidewalk, to have like to paint something like this, to change the surface of the sidewalk, whatever, again, we can discuss with the board, the pedestrian safety committee of West Orange, whatever you feel that is the most appropriate approach for this. And I think, and again, everybody already mentioned this, but I feel having the loading space here parallel to the sidewalk is the safest way in any town. Going in and out through a loading dock is very dangerous because you have to go, especially when it's delivery for 20 minutes, 30 minutes, going in and out from a inside parking lot, parking space, you have to cross the sidewalk many times. So always is safer not to do it for the last mile delivery. I don't know if there is any other question.
I do not have any further questions. I defer to the board.
Yes. Mr. Mastro Pietro, Mr. Malanga asked a question. I want to see if you can answer it about the water collection system on the roof line and how that's going to drain into the stormwater management system.
Yeah, so this is what I was showing. It can be hidden, the drainage. And I think I have another image here. Let me see. Yes, so I have another image here. How this can be done, and this is how we do all the time. This is not the first time. This is not something that we are making up the idea to prove here in this building. We did this many times, and then the drainage go inside the building and go down. Again, this is not finalized. This is going to be part of our next phase, which is construction documents.
And Jorge, if you could just also send that document
Yes,
to Ms.
I
McGovern, that would be
will do that.
perfect. And that will be exhibit A4.
And inside
I'm sorry, A5.
inside the roof, because the roof has a parapet, this is only for, so as you can see here, we will have drainage here along all this surface. We will do the calculation. Our MEP engineer will do the calculations. I'm not a plumbing engineer. So whatever we need to do here inside the roof, again, everything will go through ceilings and coming down through walls or whatever elements we have inside. So it's not going to be visible from outside.
Excellent. Thank you. Okay. Mayor McCartney, do you have any questions for Mr. Mastro Pietro on his testimony?
I do not, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Council President Scarpa, do you have any questions for Mr. Mastro Pietro on his testimony?
No, just it's a beautiful project. Thank you very much for all your hard work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Alpert, do you have any questions for Mr. Mastro Pietro on his testimony?
None for me. I agree about the design of this. It's a fantastic looking building.
Thank you. Mr. Klein, do you have any questions for Mr. Mastro Pietro on his testimony?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Morgan, do you have any questions for Mr. Mastro Pietro on his testimony?
No questions for Mr. Mastro Pietro. Thank you for your testimony, sir.
Thank you. Captain Noberini, do you have any questions for Mr. Mastro Pietro on his testimony?
No question, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cardozo, do you have any questions for Mr. Mastro Pietro on his testimony?
I have no questions. Thank you for your design and testimony.
Ms. Capra, do you have any questions for Mr. Mastro Pietro on his testimony?
I do not. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dennis Davis, do you have any questions for Mr. Mastro Pietro on his testimony?
I have nothing further, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Mr. Valesi, do you have any questions for Mr. Mastro Pietro on his testimony?
I do not. Thank you.
Thank you. Do any members of the public have any questions for Mr. Mastro Pietro on his testimony? Please raise your hand and be identified. Do any members of the public have any questions for Mr. Mastro Pietro? Please, on his testimony, please raise your hand and be identified.
Seeing none.
Seeing none. Thank you very much, Mr. Pietro. Ms. Wolf, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. So we have two more witnesses. So we have the operator, if you have any questions for him specifically. If not, we can just move right on to the planner.
Okay, it's 9:50. We're going to take a 5-minute bio break and come back. Okay, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, do you want to address the other applicant that might still be waiting?
I'm working with our counsel to do that right now.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. That's why we need the break.
Recording stopped.
5 minutes. Oh, baby. Okay, back on the record, guys.
Recording in progress.
Welcome back. DB 26-0115 Ridgeway LLC, Block 158, Lot 28.01, Zone R4, will be carried to the September 2nd regular planning board meeting via Zoom at 6:30 p.m. No additional notice will be required.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Ms.
Take
Wolf,
care.
you have the floor.
Thank you. So with that, I would just ask if there are any questions for our operator, Mr. Syed. If not, we can go right into the planning.
I would go right into the plan. Go for it.
Perfect. So with that, I would call Kate Keller.
Hi, everybody. Good evening, Chairman, members of the board.
Ms. Keller, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, two things. One, we were just having a little side conversation about the accommodating the ADA EV space, and we're just not positive that we can do that without maybe using an additional space. So we're hoping that maybe we could get an additional space for variance relief just for that wiggle room in case we have to lose a space. So that would bring us down from 44 physical to 43 physical spaces.
I'm sorry, Ms. Wolf, did we, what, dear Ms. Keller at the last meeting? I just want to be sure.
Not
No,
yet.
we never heard from her.
Okay, so let's what dear her first and then we'll,
Okay, sorry.
Okay.
Ms. Keller, if you could just provide your qualifications for the board.
Sure. Hi, good evening, everybody. As I said, my name is Kate Keller. Last name is Keller. I am a principal with the firm of Phillips Price Gregel Laney Keller LLC based in Hoboken, New Jersey. I'm a licensed professional planner in New Jersey. I am also a member of the American Institute of Certified Planners. I have been accepted and been in front of about 90 boards across the state, not before this board before, but I did previously, many years ago, fill in for Paul Gregel at times. So I'm very familiar with the township and good to see everybody or meet people I have.
And your license is in good standing,
Yes.
correct?
Mm-hmm.
Perfect, thank you. Go ahead.
thank you, Ms. Keller. And unless anybody has any questions, we accept Ms. Keller as a licensed planner in the state of New Jersey. Go right ahead.
Okay.
And
Great.
welcome back.
Okay, great. Thanks, everybody. So Amanda, do you just want to finish the next comment you had before I go in? So that way maybe I won't, so that way, it sounds like it might affect my testimony. So why don't we?
Yeah, it might affect your testimony, so I just wanted to put it on the record. So yeah, so if we could reduce our proposed physical spaces to 43, that would be ideal. We may not need that space, but we just don't want to have to come back if we can't make it work. Just to give a little bit of background, because the fire department had the concerns about putting the EV space, or I'm sorry, yes, the EV space near the building, it makes it a little bit harder for us to figure out where to put the ADA EV space. So we just have to figure that out with the fire department.
Was there another one or just that one?
It was just that one.
Okay, great. Okay, got it. Okay, so
Thank
I
you.
will just
Sorry
go
about
ahead and, no, thanks. So if Amanda, if you don't mind, I'm just going to go ahead and start my direct testimony. So, thanks to everybody for listening to our presentation thus far. I think we've heard a lot of great testimony from, our architect, site design, civil engineer, traffic engineer, et cetera. And so, my job as planner, as this board is aware, is to kind of wrap that all up, tie it in a bow, and make sure that we get all the proofs on the record for the variances and the waivers that we are requesting tonight. So, I think that's the place to start with this application is really just, what we are meeting here. What we have here, and I'm just going to share, I'm going to use a couple slides from Mr. Mastropietro's presentation, just because we had it. It was so nice, and I can share my screen here. So I'm just going to put up right here. This is slide number 5 from the presentation that's been previously marked. So I just want to show this because what we have here is the existing site conditions. We've gone over this before. What we have here is a relatively large site, almost 3/4 of an acre, about 0.7 acres, right in the heart of one of your downtown nodes here. So this was previously vacant pharmacy site, lots of parking. We've gone over the kind of the negatives of the prior site design and really what we're seeking to change with this current application. So just want to note, in addition, we had impervious coverage of 99%. We had really this area where the frontage was non-existent. So what we are proposing here is to take these buildings, these 1-story, fairly, nondescript buildings and parking areas, and replace this with a use that is not only permitted, but encouraged, supermarket retail within this area at a scale that I think is really appropriate with the downtown, the kind of servicing a downtown area with a neighborhood market, where we have that about 13,000 square feet of actual retail space. So, I just want to point that out to say, this is not a ShopRite. This is not a large scale market. This is something that has been designed to fit the context here. And so while we do need a number of variances, most of which have already been discussed, I just want to start out by noting that. And also the fact that this property does have 3 street frontages. So we have the Main Street frontage, we have the Irwin Place frontage, and then we do have the small Prospect Place frontage as well. So in a sense, it's a little bit of a hardship. This wasn't a lot assemblage, so I'm not going to say that this is strictly a C1 hardship or some of the variances, But I think that in putting this site together and finding a site that was appropriate size for a neighborhood supermarket, having those three frontages does represent a little bit of a hardship when it comes specifically to some of the variances that we're seeking. So, just to kind of go through, I'm going to kind of go through the variances that we're requesting kind of in like a contextual way because of the fact that we, there's a number of them. And like I said, you've heard testimony from our other professionals. So let me just pull up elsewhere. I think I'm going to keep, hold on one second. Okay, I'm going to stop sharing for a moment. I'm going to pull up some other exhibits as we need to, if I may, but hold on one second. So essentially, I think, in my opinion, the variances that we're seeking tonight can kind of be divided, kind of separated into a few categories, like a few buckets, I would say. We have things that are existing conditions. We have the rear yard setback, which was 2 feet 11 inches is existing. That's what we're proposing as well. Lot coverage, which we actually are reducing from 99 to 97. And then we also have, what do we think we've heard the most testimony on, which is our parking and loading variances. And just, as a general overview of that, we are looking for, so this would be 43 in terms of parking. And I'm just going to be, I know that there were some questions from the chairman and others earlier, so I just want to make sure that we have this all in the record. Per the calculations, per your ordinance, the ordinance requires, strictly speaking, 57 parking spaces. That includes the first and second floors of this building, with minus the 1,000 square foot exception that's given in the CBD. So that's what's required. We're not trying to make excuses. We're not trying to say that we don't need that. 57 parking spaces is what's required here. What we are proposing on the site is, it was 44, it's now 43. And then we get the 4 EV space credit. So for purposes of someone looking for parking on the site, there's going to be 43 spaces. For purposes of a variance relief and purposes of a resolution, there will be 47 spaces because of the EV credit. In my opinion, those are not major differences. And I also think that in terms of what we are proposing here, that's not a major, it's from the 57 that is required. I think that everything that is proposed here is appropriate. Essentially, looking at this from the perspective of a neighborhood supermarket, this parking here, I'm going to pull up another, so not yet, please hold. But this is based on the operational and real demand. We are, this has been designed for this type of market, and that's exactly what the goal is here. And the part of the testimony, I think, we think there was some confusion about like what's counted, what's not counted. But to me, looking at that second floor area, the mezzanine, the storage space, that's all part of, the proofs here. I think that this is right size, the parking area is right size for what is going to be going on here. That's obviously a major driver for, site location and choosing that balance for the operator between the floor area and the parking. So, parking area, it's driven by the customer need. It's not driven by storage space. And this is a general retail parking area, parking calculation. It goes throughout all of the CBD and B1 there. So, in our opinion, we have sufficient parking on the site. That's in addition to the off-street parking that is available in the area. And this is the way that this site is designed, is that it will have a balance of usable building area to provide everything you need in a neighborhood market, avoiding any more excessive pavement, keeping that little, even though there's just a little, keeping that impervious coverage down, and really making so it's a better fit with the surrounding downtown setting. And again, this also does include ADA and EV requirements are being met on the site. In terms of off-site parking, it was discussed at TRCs, and to be honest, we did not think it was necessary to approach. We will base that on the boards. The board thinks differently, but it's not. We think that it can be accommodated on the site and everything that is, especially because it could not be met within 250 feet. So we think that the needs of the customers will be satisfied by what's proposed here. So in addition to the off-street parking, just to kind of talk about those all together, we also have, we require a variance for off-street parking that abuts residential. I'm going to pull up an aerial view this time. Yeah, same one. So this is sheet 5 from the presentation that was previously introduced. But It's kind of one of those things where when you have a neighborhood business district here, B1, that is located adjacent to a residential use, it's really hard to get that 10-foot setback from there. So the existing condition is what's there today. We're improving that existing condition in certain parts of the parking area. And I think that what we have here is a realistic, site plan for what this use is and what this is. Because, just to reiterate, everything on this plan left here, this is all the residential zone. So this is not really a condition that's met elsewhere in the B1 zone, that parking setback. That also goes for the requirement for a buffer strip from residential. It's almost, these are requirements that are throughout your ordinance, throughout the whole township. And, sometimes there can be some conflict with these kind of downtown business district sites as opposed to the more suburban highway oriented sites. So so just going on to the rest of the parking, the last one is the parking. Let me go down to the site plan so we have it. In terms of parking, we do require that variance, as you see here on the right. This is page 11 of the presentation that was previously put into evidence. There are those 2 employee parkings on the right. I think that Mr. Dean put excellent testimony, which I will just reiterate what he said, is that this is a limited mobility scenario where there's only going to be employees. It's going to be, it's not going to be high, high turnover. It's not going to be at the busiest times of the day. And I don't see any safety issues associated with this. So I would reiterate what Mr. Dean said. Then finally, we're going to get to the loading areas. Because, technically we have 2 off-street loading areas proposed, which is what is required. This location and the size is not specifically aligned with the ordinance. But again, I will just reiterate the testimony that you have heard from Mr. Dean and from our other professionals, that this has been heavily studied by, not just by us, but by the county. And I think that there's agreement that this is the safest, this is the most appropriate planning alternative for this downtown location. I would also note, I'll talk about all the, advancing the purposes of zoning and negative criteria towards the end. But I think that what this is actually going to result in is a much safer pedestrian environment with the improvements that are going to be there. The fact that there will not be the amount of cars turning in at that crosswalk. Because if you look at the existing conditions right here, cars in and out, in and out, in and out. Everyone had access to both of these sites, both of these entrances, not just trucks. So I think that is, just in terms of the amount of traffic there. I think we're really, as we said, has taking that traffic away from the intersection and bringing it towards the middle of the street, which is safer. In terms of I'm trying to just go through this, make sure I get them all. Loading space also close to the property line, same testimony as I stated earlier for that kind of buffer and that off-street parking. I would also note that we do require some sign variances. I will just scroll down a few, pardon me real quick. Here, just you can kind of get a look from here, this is page 20 of the presentation. The sign variances that we require are for a facade sign that's 8 feet high versus where 2 feet is required, 2 feet is permitted. And also for this canopy sign on the right-hand side of the plan, which 1.5 feet is permitted, where 1.5 feet is proposed, where 8 inches is permitted. And again, I think this is all just in scale with what we have here. This is a larger building. It's a permitted use. And supermarkets clearly have different needs for signage than just a small storefront would. So I think that, for what we have here, which is clearly a building that has been designed to incorporate the signage, where the architecture, the sign is all part of a cohesive package that is intended to activate this corner, I think what we're proposing here is completely appropriate. Just want to make sure. The other 2, I believe I two more variances that were called out in your planner's report. One is a fence less than 5 feet from an adjacent residential building. Again, that's just really has to do with the site configuration, the existing conditions, and the relationship between the B1 zone and the adjacent properties. And then the final one is no sidewalk between parking and the building. Testimony has been provided on that. I think that on a site like this, where it's going to be controlled by bollards, there's going to be a lot of safety features on the site. I think that that's just a way to add more pavement, and it would have really reduced the parking count here. So looking at all of this from the big picture, I think that, when we look at this from the C2 flexible criteria, where we want to say that the benefits of the municipal land use law are advanced purposes of zoning, and that the benefits substantially outweigh the detriments. So here, again, just to summarize, what we have is a state-of-the-art supermarket proposal, as you can see right here, that is going to have, lots of food options. It's going to be walkable. It's going to have parking on the site. It's going to really have everything that you would want in a neighborhood market, and it's going to beautify this corner, which has really been, in my opinion, significantly underutilized for such an important site. It's going to have revitalize this portion of downtown, in my opinion. There are some there are vacant sites here, not just this one, but in the vicinity. And I think it's always good to see that coming in. And it will really contribute to both the pedestrian environment and the overall retail environment. This is a walkable area of town. There's a lot of, with just using like a 10-minute radius, there's a pretty substantial swath of the township that can be covered within that 10 minutes. So I think that that's a benefit just for the community at large. And also, when you look at the parking on the site. I think in terms of the benefits, we look at purposes of municipal land use law. Purpose A, this is, in my opinion, this clearly advances the general welfare, fills a commercial gap. It provides kind of a mid-size, appropriately scaled supermarket at this location. Purpose G, it provides sufficient space. It proposes a permitted use, sufficient space for commercial uses. This is what's permitted here. And it's, I think that given what we have, the proposal here, a lot of these variances are rather small, looking at the whole picture. Purpose I, promotes a desirable visual environment. I think we can all agree with that. I think that, since we first saw this presentation, I think, on my end, this is a very exciting project to work on, both for, the purpose it was going to serve, the design, and everything there. So it will be an infill development, continuous building frontage, and all the things that really are mentioned in your master plan. And then finally, it promotes renewable energy through the solar panels and the other design features that our architect previously testified to. So in terms of the negative criteria, I think that, we want to look at substantial detriment to the public good. I don't see any substantial detriment to the public good associated with these variances. There will be enhanced safety features around the site. This is really going to be a exact use of what your corner lots are intended to be for per the master plan and per the zoning. It's not excessively high. It doesn't, we don't need any, building setbacks, building height. I think the massing is really appropriate and really beyond appropriate. I think it's, kind of an exceptional use of this corner site, especially in this retail environment. I think that all of the loading off-street parking variances, I'm not going to go through it again, but it all represents a better planning alternative, in my opinion. In terms of substantial impairment to the zone plan. So, we looked through the 2019 master plan update, and I think, this is really exactly what we were looking for, what the township was looking for when they prepared that master plan update. One thing is that, even mentioned recommending flexibility in downtown parking ratios. This ordinance has not been changed, but I think that is indicative of, the importance of balancing uses with parking in downtown sites like this. Incorporating green infrastructure, maintaining a balance of land uses, including non-residential uses, and especially in downtown core areas, streetscapes and parking improvements. I think that's absolutely what we have going on here. And continue to make West Orange more environmentally and economically sustainable with a mix of land uses. Finally, it continues some of the objectives that have been historically in your master plans, which including development, redevelopment, and rehabilitation of the Main Street Central Business District. And that's exactly what this is here. So, really the master plan set forth a point of focus to ensure the continued investment and improvements to this area of downtown and the Main Street corridor. And in my opinion, this proposed development is consistent with this, will not have a substantial impact on the zone plan or zoning ordinance, the small variances that I have testified to. And I believe that the positive and negative criteria have been satisfied and the relief can be granted.
If you could adjust one thing, I believe we had a few waivers.
Oh.
If you could just
I think we did. Please hold. Where are we with the waivers?
Sure.
I
think they were mostly lighting, honestly.
Okay. Yes. Let me just make sure I have those.
Yeah, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6
Okay.
that you requested. 25, 31, 34, 35, 41, and 42 on our list.
Okay, let me just unshare my screen and then.
Oh, I'm sorry, those were checklist waivers.
Yeah, we have to mention those, but go ahead.
Okay.
to
I
the
was
other-
talking
the
about site plan.
RSIS and the design waivers. Go ahead, I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
Okay, yeah, I mean, checklist waivers, I would defer to, I have to admit that I haven't looked at those. Typically, that would be, engineering testimony or from our attorney. But I'm happy to address the, the design waivers that we need. So hold on one moment.
I think our board engineer can address the checklist waivers.
Okay. Please hold on, sorry. Why am I not seeing these?
The ones that I had were the illumination levels at the pedestrian walkway, which I think Jordan had testified we were going to try to work on.
Oh, yes, okay, yes. Sorry, Amanda, to interrupt you. Yes.
No, it's okay. And then the next one-
Yes, I knew I had these somewhere. Yes. Illumination levels at the pedestrian walkway, 0.5 foot candles proposed where 0.9 is required. And yes, I would refer to our engineer's testimony where we will be able to meet that, I believe, as part of resolution compliance if the application were to be approved. Again, the property, and then light levels at the property line abutting or residential uses, 0.5 foot candles proposed where 0.3 maximum is permitted. I think, that's given the context of this site and given the existing conditions, I think that's a reasonable waiver, especially, these are all going to be modern lighting fixtures. Everything will be pointed down. And the goal is really just for safety and just for, illumination of the parking area. The goal is not to disturb neighbors in any way. And I think, all of this, the goal is just to keep the lighting on the site and make it at levels that can be efficient. And then finally, this came up at a prior hearing, that there are certain design standards for the CBD that are part of your ordinance. They're listed as guidelines, but, just to be sure, we just want to, we want to address those. I think the biggest one was the use of, certain building materials. And one of those was the use of the metal and zinc panels. This is one of these things where context is everything. The way that the building has been designed, Jorge put testimony on the record for this already, but everything's designed to be cohesive. It is not, it's a tasteful use of the metal panels. It's not just, kind of a cheap. I think the goal of those type of downtown design standards is to, if not to make everything exactly cohesive, but to, kind of limit the type of, just to kind of limit how things stand out in the kind of a downtown environment. Where I would say that this is a site that's intended to stand out. It's modern without being hyper modern, in my opinion. It fits into surrounding architecture because of the way that it blends into the site. And I think that, using materials such as metal panels on the roof and on certain building materials will not have a detriment on the overall downtown goals.
Right, and two more things. We also are seeking site plan approval as well as subdivision approval. It's kind of an odd subdivision because we're actually merging the lots, but I just wanted to put that on the record that we do require that relief.
Yes. Preliminary and final major site plan approval, and then a technical subdivision for merging the lots.
It's the reverse subdivision, I think is what it's called.
Mm-hmm.
And with that, I have no further questions for Ms. Keller.
Okay. So we'll start at the bottom today, which is really the top. Ms. Capra, do you have any questions for Ms. Keller on her planning testimony?
Yeah, thanks, Chairman. And thank you, Kate. I do not have any questions at this time.
Thank you. Mr. Cardozo, do you have any questions for Ms. Keller on the testimony?
No, thank you, Ms. Keller, for a concise presentation. Much appreciated.
Captain Nobrini, do you have any questions for Ms. Keller on the testimony?
I do not, Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Keller, for your presentation.
Thank you. Mr. Morgan, do you have any questions for Ms. Keller on the testimony?
No questions at this time, sir. Thank you, Ms. Keller, for your testimony.
Thank you. Mr. Klein, do you have any questions for Ms. Keller on the testimony?
No questions. Thanks, Ms. Keller.
Thank you. Mr. Alper, do you have any questions for Ms. Keller on the testimony?
No questions. Thank you very much.
Council President Scarpa, do you have any questions for Ms. Keller on the testimony?
No, thank you very much.
Thank you. Mayor McCartney, do you have any questions for Ms. Keller on the testimony?
Thank you, Kate, for your testimony, and I do not have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Keller. That happened to be one of the most cohesive presentations I have
Well,
heard in a
anxious to get
very,
this
very
done.
long time. I appreciate that.
Dr. Bagoff, we've had a couple months to get it all together. So, figured I could
And yes,
condense
you
it.
did.
Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Valesi, about the waivers.
Yes, so the submission waivers that were requested, the ones that we feel that should be submitted are incorporated into our comments. If you want me to run through them
Yes,
specifically.
please, for the
Sure.
record.
Yes, so they requested a waiver to provide additional contours extending off-site because of the wall that separates the shopping center from the residential area. We feel that that should be provided. And the drainage calculations and the drainage map, I had already spoken with Mr. Cecchini, and he said he will provide that as well. So those were the only three.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me just.
There was six waivers that were requested. You talked about two.
I had number 41 as being a waiver and number 42. 41 is the road and paving cross sections and 42 is proposed street names.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm looking at the completeness.
Can I do it a different way? Can you tell me the waivers that you think that are acceptable? This way, that would be the ones that they would grant.
From an engineering standpoint, the three
Yes.
waivers that are related to CME/Artheon are the existing and proposed contour intervals based on UGS and GS datum, contours to extend at least 200 feet beyond the subject property as follows: up to grade 3% to 1 foot and less than 3% to 2 feet. I'm sorry, I don't have the numbers in front of me.
Contour intervals would be 31. Drainage area map, you said yes, they should do.
Yes.
All right. I'm just going to go through the list. Number
Sure.
23, requested or obtained design waivers or exceptions. Describes location of all adjacent structures or not necessary at pre-application. Okay. Number 25, is that yes, they should do it or no?
The 200 feet, the contours, yes, they should provide that.
Okay. Then number 31, existing and proposed contour intervals.
May I, the 200, we run into that request quite a bit. 200 feet is a lot to have to get contours. Will we be allowed to use USGS 7.5 minute maps to sort of make up the difference so that we don't have to get a survey to provide those?
So as long as you provide contours within the immediate properties adjacent to the subject property, that should be fine. We just have to be able to see how the existing grade on the adjacent properties tie into the proposed site improvements to make sure that nothing is negative, to make sure that the adjacent properties are not negatively impacted.
Agreed. Could we keep that to 20 feet beyond? I think 20, 25 feet would sufficiently provide that information.
20 feet? Okay.
Thank you.
Well, that's to the board to decide, but that's what I'm just making a note of. Number 34, drainage area map.
Yes, that should be provided.
Should provide. Okay. And number 35, drainage calculations. That's a yes, right?
Yes.
Last two are 41, which is road and paving cross sections.
I'm seeing that the planner approved the waiver for that, and I would agree with that.
Okay, to waive. And last one is 42, proposed street names. Yeah. That's okay, right?
Planner also said that that was okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Correct.
All right. So they're providing number 25, number 34, 35, and we're modifying what they have to provide for 31, which would be the 20 feet in the immediate area. Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay. Okay. Do any members of the, I'm sorry, Mr. Davis, do you have any questions? For Ms.
I do not.
Keller?
Nope.
Okay. Do any members of the public have any questions for Ms. Keller on her testimony? Please raise your hand and be identified. Do any members of the public have any questions for Ms. Keller on her testimony? Please raise your hand and be identified.
Seeing none.
Seeing none, that portion of the testimony is closed. Thank you, Ms. Keller.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Ms. Wolf, you're up.
Thank you. And I will try to be just as concise as Ms. Keller was. In short, you've heard a lot of testimony. You've seen a lot of exhibits and presentations. We really did spend a lot of time trying to figure out the loading situation, the pedestrian situation, and we did everything that was within our power to make that function. Overall, we think that this is a better proposal than what exists. When we were going through Kate's testimony, she showed us that there's actually 4 entrances and exits that are on the existing site, and now we're going down to 2, which is much safer, and we will have those entrances and exits designated. And as far as the loading spaces, we believe that this will work. We're going to work with the county and the governing body to get those approvals for it, so we can certainly do that. And if there's, we have worked with the board to the extent that we can. We attended a few TRCs and we made some significant changes as a result of some of the comments and questions that we received there. We've continued to do that throughout this entire process. And we are hoping, and I'm sorry, one more thing. I am not sure if everybody saw the review that was issued by the downtown commission, but thank you. They had a very positive review and explain that this is a use that is desirable and necessary in this area. So I just wanted to draw your attention to that. But overall, we think that we have done whatever we could to make this the safest and best project that we can. We think it will be a significant improvement over what currently exists, and it will bring something that's necessary to the community. So with that, I would rest and give it over to the board and members of the public.
Thank you. Do any members of the public have any comment on this application? Please raise your hand and be identified. Do any members of the public have any comment on this application? Please raise your hand and be identified.
Okay, I see one person. Tess, please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, everyone. Tess Roro, 24 Hutton. This was a great presentation and excited for potentially seeing a neighborhood grocery come up. I'm hoping this is okay to ask and within reason. Would there be any consideration for hiring local residents for this business?
I believe that was our intent.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Do any other members of the public have any comments about this application? Please raise your hand and be identified.
Seeing none.
Seeing none, thank you all very much. Okay, well, I think, Ms. McGovern, you may agree with me on this. We had a very clear enumeration of the potential C variances, so you don't have to review each one of them unless any member of the board would like to hear them again. Okay. So I think most of the variances, we have the major variances of parking. So from the original presentation that Mr. Master Pietro did, we understand that this is a site that is very, very amenable to people walking to and bicycling to, not only having driving to. So it is in a neighborhood that will avail itself of this business if we vote in favor of it. I think that the architecture is amazing, and I must compliment the group that the applicant has put together on cohesiveness, understanding each other's strengths, and providing something that we should see more of in this township. I really appreciate the succinctness of your presentations and the ability of the applicant and the experts to listen to what the board and our experts have to say and work with us to provide a potentially outstanding project in our township. So I do believe that the benefits outweigh the detriments, that it is an area that is in need of redevelopment. As Ms. Wolf said, the Downtown Alliance has written a letter to me that was posted on the website after we received it, that they are in favor of this, not only the building structure, but the concept of a supermarket in that area of town. It does provide walkability. Again, as I said before, there are bicycle racks around there, and we're hoping that they're going to put up a bench for seniors, so the jitney will be able to stop there and provide space for them to sit. It does advance the zone plan, and it is exactly what the master plan of 2019 talked about when we wanted to upgrade the downtown. To that end, it is with great pleasure that I recommend, as soon as I find it, I'm going to recommend it. Too much going on here. That we approve PB 25-12, 262 and 270 Main Street, Realty LLC, Block 114, Lot 50 and 55, Zone B1. The applicant proposes to construct a two-story supermarket building consisting of 13,934 square feet on the first floor and 5,810 square feet on the second floor, for a total of 19,744 square feet. And with variances and waivers as described, and obligations of the applicant to complete all the requests. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Klein seconds. On the motion, Yamilet.
Mr. Albert,
Yes.
Mr. Klein,
Yes.
Mr. Morgan,
Yes.
Mr. Noberine,
Yes.
Ms. Gaffer,
Yes.
Council President Scarpa,
Yes.
Mayor McCartney,
Yes, welcome to West Orange.
Chairman Bago.
Yes, the motion is agreed to.
I'm not voting on this?
I'm sorry?
Mr. Cardoza, you were
Mr.
out
Cardoza.
and the David was not received from you, so I'm not sure if you ever heard that meeting.
What date, what meeting was that? What date?
Third.
What?
June 3rd.
Say it again? Sorry?
June 3rd.
June 3rd. Okay, all right, fair enough.
Miss, you were out that day and an affidavit was never received for that meeting, so.
Was I sent an affidavit?
The motion is agreed to. The resolution passes. Thank you. And the next regular planning board meeting will be Wednesday, September 2nd, 2026 at 6:30 p.m. via Zoom. And the next special meeting will be September 9th, 2026 via Zoom. Right? That's it. At 6:30 p.m.
If I can just say thank you to all of the board and the professionals. Everybody has been very helpful, very kind. We very much appreciate all the support that you've given us, and we are very much looking forward to starting a new business in West Orange.
We hope to see you all at the grand opening.
Yeah.
Yeah.